Mm. Hello? Hello?
All right, what's your name, ma'am?
Oh my goodness. Jesse, Oliver.
Okay, I will change your name to that and court will begin shortly.
Change my name?
Yes. Your screen said your name was Pink or something like
Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have about 9 o'clock. I'm going to call the dockets. As for announcements from the attorneys, anyone who either doesn't have an attorney or your attorney does not answer, make sure I know that you're here. Apart from that, everyone needs to keep their electronic devices muted. State versus Deidre Silva. No show, Caleb Guerra.
He's in our office, Your Honor.
And is Mr. Barrera here or anyone affiliated? No? Okay. Karen Kilmer.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, Judge. John Lamberson appearing for Kathy Starling, representing her. My understanding from talking to Ms. Starling is that this agreed to an agreed reset of this MTR. I believe Mr. Ledet, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, is the ADA on the case.
Okay,
That's correct, Judge. She texted me this morning. We have no problem with resetting it.
okay. All right. And what we're doing right now, I try to take a lot more interest in what's going on when we're having regular jury trials, or we can. But unless there's a dispute among the parties about when a case is being reset to that I need to resolve, just post it to me or post it to everyone in chat in the cause number, name, date format when it's being reset to. And as soon as that happens, the defendant's free to go. And when the attorneys have disposed of all their cases, as long as they're sure they've done all their cases, they're free to go. All right, Chastity Villarreal.
She's here at the probation department.
Okay, and the Ferreira firm, we'll wait on them. Roland Alfaro. Roland Alfaro.
Your Honor, I spoke with Ms. Hesbrook's office earlier this week. They were asking for a reset. My understanding, she was supposed to get in touch with Ms. Poppy. I don't know if she did and reset through Ms. Poppy.
She
And Your Honor, he was
told me she
instructed-
had spoke with you and that y'all had agreed to it, so I reset it for 3/24.
Okay,
Honor.
and that is fine.
He was instructed to report to probation because he hasn't been reporting for Zoom, and he did not appear today.
Okay, well, I'll mark him 324 and no show at the same time. State versus Robert Adams.
He's present in probation, Your Honor, and I've talked to the state about resetting his.
And the state has no objection. My understanding was there were witnesses that would be unavailable today.
Okay, and again, I only need to know if I need to resolve a dispute. Apart from that, just post it in chat. Christopher Casillas.
Your Honor, I'm present on that. Mr. Casillas should be at probation. I don't know.
He's present at probation, but he's waiting in his car. He states that his coworkers have tested positive for COVID and he's not feeling well today. So he's waiting out in his car.
All right.
Okay.
Brian Reynolds.
And I do want to make notice on there, it says Richard Briggs, but that was previous appointment for his original case. We have no appointment on the MTR.
Okay, I'll mark him no show. Max Marroquin Jr.
He is in custody, Your Honor.
And we're present. I'm present for the law firm, Your Honor. We're conferring.
Ferreira cases.
Yes, Your Honor. We're conferring.
Okay. All right. Ramirez. Jacqueline Ramirez.
She is
Your
in
Honor.
custody as well, Your Honor.
And that should be a plea today, Your Honor.
Mr. Gear told me that he has 4 counties that he's doing today, and he will make it over here. But he's doing Bear and Medina and Wilson and one other. I don't remember what other county he said.
Okay. Felix Velasquez.
Good morning, Your Honor. That will be a plea this morning. He should be over at the
He is sitting in our lobby, so when probation needs him, then he is available here in the lobby.
Okay, I'll mark him present. How about the interpreter? Says needs interpreter. Interpreter needed.
Yes, Your
Right.
Honor. I don't know.
All right, we can work on that. Nicole Hernandez.
Judge, I show that a waiver arraignment has been signed and it was reset to 4/5.
That is correct. It was signed and accepted. He is set to 4/5. She is set for 4/5.
Martin Sweeten.
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, and I saw Ms. Rodriguez earlier.
Sorry, Judge. Which case was this? Was this on Martin Sweeten?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. He is present. He is under well, now he's under Martin Sweden. We're gonna reset him, Judge. I'm gonna speak with Miss Whitney regarding a date.
Okay. Evelyn Altamira.
Yes, Your Honor. I was recently appointed on that matter. I spoke to her. She indicated she would be coming to the lobby of the courthouse. I don't know if she's arrived or not.
She is
All
here in
right,
our
and
lobby.
is this the case where there's appointments for Mr. Hayek and for Mr. Shaughnessy?
I believe that's the case, Your Honor. I don't know if Mr. Hayek is still involved, but I recently was appointed on her case.
Okay. And I don't
Mr.
know.
Hayek's going to be joining us at 9:30 today.
And I do have Miss Altamira here in our lobby.
Okay, excellent. We'll get that sorted out today on what's going on. Ignacio Solis Jr.
Yes, Your Honor. He is in custody and would like to set that on the trial docket.
Right, Stephen Collins.
Your Honor, that's a case that I was appointed on. He's got 3 cases. I'm conferring with the state at this moment, Your Honor.
All right, and because it says Mr. Arguelles.
Yes, we corrected that because I got appointed on 3 other cases that are down the sheet.
Okay. All right, Felix Velasquez again, I'll mark him present. Alejandro Ibarra.
Good morning, Judge. We've agreed to a reset on that case to 421. I'll post it in chat.
Shaina Peril. All right, no show.
Judge,
Solis?
Ms. Peril just chatted, just text in the chat. This is Shaina Peril. I'm trying to dial in so y'all can hear me.
Okay, does that mean that she's here but doesn't have audio, or that she's not here?
It says it's coming from U30, Judge. Do you see a U30?
Yes. And it has merged with audio. Okay, what are the last 3 digits of her phone number? All right. TRLA, you just got received a text from her. What are the last 3 digits of her phone number?
Judge, I didn't receive a text from her. It's in the chat in the Zoom.
Okay.
We don't represent her. I just saw that she chatted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, because I see what you mean. All right, because it's giving me the option merge with audio. Well, I'll change the name and we'll try and get that fixed out. Or worked out. Ms. Peril, I don't know if you don't have any audio on your current sign in. I'm changing the name, but you may need to sign in again or sign in on something else. Dylan Solis. All right, no show. Christopher Perez.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here for Christopher Perez. Excuse me. He's in custody right now, and we're scheduled for a motion or a hearing on a motion for a speedy trial this morning.
Okay. All right, Vicente Avila.
I'm present for him. I don't see him on. Mr. Avila, if you're there, please speak up.
Mark him no show for right now.
I will attempt to contact him.
Dimitri Ortiz.
Your Honor, that is set for a plea today. Mr. Ortiz should be at probation.
I did see his attorney on a while ago. Dante Dominguez was on a minute ago.
He's not at probation.
I'll mark him no show for the time being. Christopher Houghton.
Judge, he has 2 cases today.
Yes, Your Honor. We've got the plea packet. We received it yesterday. We were going to reset it to 3-2 to finish the plea out and have him go in person. He is on the Zoom as well.
All right, Samantha Nash.
I'm here for her. Ms. Nash, if you're there, please speak up. She contacted me last night and said she was going into labor. So she may not be able to make it. I will get the court documentation as soon as I can receive it.
Okay, thank you. Maria Anzaldo.
Your Honor, that should be a plea today.
All right. Anyone from the Barrera firm?
Your Honor, I'm here.
All right. Are you expecting her?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll track her down. Maria, please answer up.
She was supposed to report to probation, Your Honor.
He's not at probation.
Okay, I'll mark no show.
Okay.
Jeremy Cotton.
He's in custody, Your Honor.
Randy Gibbons.
Your Honor, he should be present. I gave him the wrong link. So, but I'll have
I'm here
him
right
on.
now. I'm
Oh,
right here.
He's here. Okay.
Thank you.
Mark him present. Thank you.
Hi, I do apologize for interrupting. Can y'all hear me? This is Shayna Perel. I do apologize.
Yes, you've got that worked out. Okay, I'll mute you right now and let your attorney speak for you, but thank you. Gabriela Mendoza.
Your Honor, she called earlier before court to get the Zoom information. I do not see her on here. We have an offer, just waiting to talk with my client.
Okay, I will recall Gabriela Mendoza. Fernando Cantu, Jr. Cantu. Eduardo Estrada.
Good morning, Your Honor. He's at the probation department. Excuse me. He's filling out the pretrial application, Judge.
Okay. Michelle Nicholson.
I'm here,
She
Your
is
Honor.
Present, Your Honor. We just need to know what dates are setting for the pretrial settings.
Okay, if you'll look in chat, you'll get that from the coordinator.
Oh, I do. I see the pleas and MTRs. I don't see oh, here we go. I got it. Sorry, Your Honor.
Wilbur Maldonado.
He's present, Your Honor. I need to confer with the state.
All right, and it says interpreter. Nicholas Chapot. Chapo.
He's in custody, Your Honor.
Your Honor, was that Chaput you called?
Yes.
Yes, I'm present for Mr. Chaput. He's in custody. He's going to be seeking a trial on that matter.
All right. Mike Nava. All right, it says monitor waiver for Michael Baird. We don't see Mr. Baird. I'll mark him no show.
Mr. Baird's arriving around 10 o'clock today.
All right, Stephen Collins.
Yeah, this is the one that I spoke to earlier. I'm going to confirm the state today on this matter.
Okay, is he here? Not here? Custody?
He said he's on.
I'll mark him present.
Thank you.
Antonio Morales. No show. Hector Quintanilla.
Present for Mr. Quintanilla, Your Honor. That paperwork is in the custody of the district clerk's office. We're ready for a plea.
Is Mr. Quintanilla here?
He's custody, Your Honor.
In custody, okay. Richard Quintero.
That should also be a plea today, Your Honor. He should be at probation.
Not at probation.
All right, Mr. Flores. I'm sorry?
Sorry,
Richard Quintero,
that should be a plea, Judge. I will call right now and see where he's at.
all right, Sisto Sanchez Jr., no show. Cleophas Castillo,
Present for Mr. Castillo, Your Honor. He recently was released on PR bond. I haven't seen him since then.
all right.
There he is. There he is, Your Honor.
Okay, Miss, are you Cleophas Castillo?
Your Honor, I'm here, Sisto Sanchez.
You're Sisto Sanchez.
Yes, sir.
All right, I will change your name on the screen and mark you present. And we'll wait for Mr. Cabañas. All right, so still no show for Mr. Castillo, but Sisto Sanchez is here. Mark Crowder,
Present, Your Honor.
And I'm present for him, Your Honor. I'll confer with the state and then put a reset date in the chat.
Samantha Foster,
She's present, Your Honor. Samantha, answer up. I saw her name here earlier.
I'm here.
Okay. She's present, Your Honor, and I'm present for her. And same announcement, going to confer with the state and put a reset in the chat box.
okay, Christopher Houghton,
That's a reset, Judge. That was the one that Mr. Lambert had for a plea.
Yes, Your Honor. We reset him to 3-2, and we're doing the plea right now.
okay, and there's Mr. Cano, the interpreter, excellent. Michael Montgomery,
Your Honor,
I'm present.
and he is in custody, Your Honor.
I'm present for him, Judge. We'll be getting a new date.
Sean Spaldwing,
Yes, sir. Present.
I'm here for him, Your Honor, and we'll confer with the state.
Robert Suggs,
Judge, that's my case. We haven't agreed reset to 421. I'll put it in chat. He's here.
Eric Trevino,
Your Honor, I received word this morning from his bondsman that he was arrested yesterday and is in custody in Bear County.
all right. Check on that. Brianna Eccles,
Your Honor, that case has already pled a couple of weeks ago.
all right. Haley Gibbons,
I just spoke with Mr. Arguelles. He's in Kendall County. He'll be on as soon as he can. So I know she's contacted us this morning. Miss Gibbons, are you on right now?
Yes, I'm on. I just
So she's on. I'll let Mr. Arguelles announce whenever he gets on right now.
okay, thank you. Alyssa Garza,
Your
Nope.
Honor, the attorney says Norberto Flores, but that is Ruben Flores on that case, and then the two at the bottom of the page.
all right. Mr. Flores,
Yes, sir. I'll have to confer with the state. I haven't conferred with him on those cases, Judge.
okay, but is your client present?
No, not that I'm aware of, Judge. I don't see him on the.
Okay, I'll mark her no show for the time being. Audie Howell,
He's present, Your Honor. Answer up, Audi.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, thank you. Alexis Katara. Mr. Flores.
I do not see her on chat on the Zoom, Judge.
All right, Shelley Metter.
I try to locate.
Shelley Metter. I'll mark all of those no-show.
And Judge, we were trying to communicate with Norberto Flores for about 2 weeks on these, and last evening is when we got the communication back that he was not the attorney. So in all fairness to Mr. Flores, he's sort of just hearing about these right now.
Okay, that's fine. We'll follow up. Hector Medina, Jr. No show. Nathan Morales.
Your Honor, this guy's currently in jail in Bear County waiting trial on some felony charges. I checked on it yesterday. He's currently in Bear County jail.
All right. Jesse Oliver, is that the same one?
I saw her on just a second ago. Jesse Oliver.
All right, I don't see her in the search. No show. Brian Parker.
Your Honor, I have not been able to contact him, so I don't know if he's on or not.
Okay, I'll mark him no show for the time being. Anthony Silva.
Judge, I'm present for Mr. Silva. I have not had any contact with him. I'll still try to get a hold of him, obviously.
He is in custody, Your Honor, and the last name is Sliva. There was a typo on that. It's S-L-I-V-A.
And he's in custody in Wilson County Jail?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that would be why you couldn't find him. Okay.
Your Honor, this is Ryan Parker. I'm here. I was on mute. I'm sorry.
All right, give me just a moment. Let me fix one thing at a time. All right. And that's Sliva with a W or with a V?
S-L-I-V-A.
Okay. All right, and Ryan Parker, I will mark as present.
Yes, sir.
Chad Spence.
Present for Mr. Spence, Your Honor. It's my understanding he's in the Victoria County Jail. I emailed a waiver of arraignment to the Sheriff's Department in Victoria. He refused to sign that waiver of arraignment.
It's the one that says 474446, Your Honor.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, I will put Victoria County, and I will let you speak with him in a breakout room shortly. I'll make Ms. Poppy the host, ask her to make me the co-host.
Yes, sir, and just to speak up for Victoria County, we had an appointment for from 9 to 9:30 today, so can I put them in pretty quickly, Mr. Shaughnessy and
Yes,
Judge?
do you have any other cases, Mr. Shaughnessy?
I have that plea.
I mean, anything that hasn't been called on the docket?
No, Your Honor, I don't believe so.
Okay, then you can put them in the breakout room immediately.
Thank you.
Brian Sweeney, I believe he answered. Mr. Sweeney? Did he answer earlier?
He did not, Your Honor. That was from Monday.
All right, Mr. Cabañas had some client who answered. Shelby Wilson? No show, I'll recall.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Oh. All right, and Mr. Baird will be here later. All right, if you'd make me the co-host,
How do you do?
Dylan Faiska?
Good morning, Judge. He has a signed waiver of arraignment pending in your queue with the reset date for 4/26. I'll put that in chat as well.
Okay, all right. Francisco Lozoya?
He's present, Your Honor.
I'm present.
And that one also has a waiver in the queue for 4/26.
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Okay. Who is here whose case was not called or who you came in after your case was called?
President, Mario Moreno for Deidre Silva. I believe I might have come in just a little late because I didn't hear you called.
She's first on the docket, Your Honor.
Okay. And she did not answer.
She should be with probation.
She is at the probation office, Your Honor.
She's at probation now. All right.
And with that one, Your Honor, there is an agreement for a plea, and we're not prepared today, and I have an agreement with the state to reset for next week. So I see the date here as March 2nd.
Yes. Just post that to everyone in chat in the cause number, name, date format, and after you do that, you and your client are released. Although it'd be good if you make sure you have gone over the paperwork with her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, Dante Dominguez for Mr. Ortiz. Dante Dominguez for Mr. Ortiz. You did call us on the docket, but for some reason, every time I try to chime in, I don't think my audio was working. He is present in my office. I received a plea packet yesterday. This is the first opportunity we've had to go through it together. So we're getting that done right now, and I'll get it emailed over to the appropriate people.
Okay. I'll mark him present. Anyone else?
Yes, Your Honor. Gabriela Mendoza just signed on. I see her phone. Miss Mendoza, is your phone working?
Yes, my phone is working. And I'm here, Your Honor.
All right. We'll mark her as present. And Mr. Kano, I see you are present. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that that you will, to the best of your ability, translate between the English and Spanish languages the statements of the judge, the attorneys, and the witnesses?
I do, Your Honor.
And are you a certified interpreter in between the English and Spanish languages in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir. My license number is 1680.
Okay, I do appreciate it. So you're available. And okay, I'm not the host. This Poppy's going to have to turn you on as the interpreter.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, Your Honor. I think I missed the page 1 of the docket. There was 2 people, a Caleb Guerra and a Chastity Villarreal.
All right. Matthew. Yes, they're both present.
Matthew Allen.
And Your Honor, Matthew Allen was set on the docket for Monday. He called us yesterday, and we told him he needed to appear today to find out what we need to do.
Okay, all right. And did he have an attorney?
I need like more weeks to come up with the rest of the money I need. But I talked to her. He told me I had to come up with a little bit more money before you take on the case.
Okay, so you didn't appear on Monday, but all right, Mr. Allen, you have spoken though, and you know how much it's going to cost you to be able to hire an attorney to represent you in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are you telling me that you are able to afford to hire an attorney?
Yes, sir.
All right, how long would you need to be able to get the money together to hire an attorney?
2-3 weeks tops. Hello?
Yeah, give me a moment.
Okay.
Trying to pull up the calendar. Okay, I'm going to reset your case to the 22nd of March. And are you signed in on a telephone? How are you signed in?
Telephone.
All right. And are you able to send chat on your telephone? Do you have a way to go to chat? At the bottom of your screen, is that an option that you can type on or tap on?
Share content. I press.
All right, were you able to find that? Can't you, sir?
Yes, sir, I got it.
Okay, I need you to send to everyone in chat your name and 3/22 or March 22nd. That's just your acknowledgement that you need to be in court with your attorney on that date.
Yes, sir. 22.
And once you do that, you are excused. And I guess if someone will give me something to sign, I will recall the KPS for his arrest for Monday.
I believe it is on your desk, Your Honor.
You're saying I haven't bothered to sign it yet, so I don't have to recall it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I will recall, I expect not to sign it. We'll see you on, or Judge Ellison, I'm not sure who it'll be, on March the 22nd. If you are unable to, if something happens and you're unable to get the money to hire by then, and you know you're not going to be able to, I'm going to ask you to get in touch with the coordinator's office, or so they can get you in touch with the public defender's office and get you to fill out an application, court-appointed attorney. But for the present, you are released.
Thank you, sir.
I was told to be here today. Your case wasn't called.
Good morning, Judge. This is Janisha. I just want to confirm that you're only asking for criminal cases. Our habeas, our habeas was added for add-on.
Yeah, and let me ask on the. All right, I'm trying to get back to the dockets. And somebody has 2 electronic devices going because I can hear myself in the background. Okay, and I see, so the civil add-ons are for me or for Judge Ellison?
We were under the impression that you were going to hear it, but it may be Judge Ellison. I just wanted to make sure that when you were asking if no one else was called, if you were meeting civil as well.
Okay.
Are you talking about the one extradition hearing?
There's a civil addition docket with a civil case that had to do with Alan Manka, and that may be set for later today, and then the extradition, yes.
Yes.
Is that, actually, let me talk to the coordinator. I'm trying to find out, is that my docket?
Just that one case is your docket. Judge Ellison's hearing the other matter.
Okay, I don't know what.
Just the extradition at 1:30.
Okay. All right. So he's hearing the civil case. He got the black bean. Okay. All right. Anyone else told to be here? Your name wasn't called or? No. All right. I'll let the attorneys who need to confer. And do I have any paperwork sent to me already?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm getting ready to send you, I have Felix Velasquez and ready, and I have Morella and Zaldo ready. Those 2 will be sent to you right now.
Your Honor, this is Anton Hayek.
Yes, sir.
I talked to the coordinator because I had some problems today. I'm here now. I see Mr. Shaughnessy is also here. The case is Evelyn Altamira. And I understand you've been briefed that he got appointed somehow after me.
Yes, I was just reading an email from the public defender's office. There are a handful of cases where for some reason appointment has been made in TechShare and then TechShare has kicked it back to a judge and said, hey, you need to make an appointment. So unless you all have an agreement to do something else, my thought is whoever the first appointment was, unless they were fired or something, it's their appointment. And if TechShare inadvertently asked the judge to make another appointment in a case where there's already been an appointment, that is the one that should be ignored.
Well, I appreciate that and go along with it. I did do some work on the case, and when I was checking last night, I found my motions hadn't made it through e-filing.
Okay.
So
All right, Shaughnessy is, I'll
For what it's worth, Your Honor, my appointment was February 2nd of this year. I don't know when I assume Mr. Hayek's was before that.
January 28th.
January 28th.
Well, there you have it.
Good to see you, Ed.
Indeed.
All right, and hopefully we'll get that resolved and TechShare will stop kicking those in.
Another thing, Your Honor, Miss Altamira is at the outside your courtroom. And I prepared a waiver of arraignment for her signature, which is in the custody of the district clerk's office. It should be with them. I sent her a text telling her that she needs to sign that document.
Okay.
And with respect to Mr. Chad Spence, the Victoria individual,
yes,
we went on a breakout room and he signed his waiver of arraignment.
Okay, excellent.
And I have a plea that's in line, but I would like leave of the court to join the 175th District Court in Bexar County briefly.
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be back.
I guess, and I'll ask the clerk's office to send Mr. Hayek a copy of the waiver, just so it's nice and clear, and I'll let him countersign the waiver of arraignment or co-sign the waiver of arraignment, and then I'll make a note that Mr. Hayek is the attorney of record.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Shaughnessy?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Jennifer.
Before you leave, your waiver of arraignment you have is 4/26, the date for Mr. Spence. I just want to confirm that.
Let me look. Yes, April 26th, right in the middle of Fiesta, but that's canceled anyway, so don't worry about it.
Thank you.
I'll be back after I go to the 175th.
And Your Honor, just a quick announcement on Mireya Anzaldo. She's set for the plea today. She's on page 5. We have been in touch with her. She should be arriving at probation in the next 15 minutes.
All right, thank you.
So Judge, this is Anton Hike. Do you want me to hang around and try and confer, or?
Well, it might be good if you go to a breakout room and talk with your client, just so you know, she knows what's going on. But yeah, I'm going to ask the clerk to send you a copy, send you the
okay,
waiver of arraignment that the client's already signed. And just
now I've lost her phone number again.
Yeah, so why don't you confer with her?
Let me try and give her a call, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I can make an announcement on Mr. Brian Sweeney.
Yes.
We had court with Mr. Sweeney on Monday, Judge, and we're set for arraignment on 2 new cases this morning. And I just filed the waiver of arraignment this morning, so it should be making its way to your office, but it was filed this morning, Judge.
Okay, I signed a few things in my queue before I got it, or before I logged on. So let me go back and look. Yes, I have nothing in my Wilson County queue. It may be at the coordinator's office. It may be at the district clerk's office.
Yeah, I'll wait around until the court confirms, Judge. And then on my other client, Mr. Sisto Sanchez, who is present, if I could speak to the ADA who's handling his case.
Okay, Ms. Poppy is doing the breakout room, so
Okay.
address that to her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we know if it's Mark or Lorena?
Either one of us, I'll take it.
Okay. I have a few people that have just asked for to speak with the prosecutor, but they haven't told me who. So I'll just start dividing you out.
Thanks, Jennifer. Thanks, Mark. I'll wait around, Judge. Thank you.
And good morning, Your Honor. My apologies for being late. I see that both of my clients are here. I'll just get on the queue to speak to one of the prosecutors.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, if I may, on the cases that are set, that are on page 10, that show Norberto Flores instead of Ruben Flores.
Yes.
I did not reach out to those people because I saw somebody else's name on it. So I just wanted to let the court know that before you decide whether you're going to issue a warrant for them or not.
All right, no, we'll give them a new date. Not more than about 2 weeks out, but if you'll pick a day you're going to be here, not more than about 2 weeks out.
I will do that.
Then I hope they show up.
Yeah, I'll do that and reach out to them and I'll put it on chat.
Sounds good.
Judge Wilson, Ms. Hesbrook on page 1, her client is Roland Afaro. She has reached out to another attorney and is asking if they need to be on today.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, may I say something, please? I'm from Anna Laura Hesbrook's office.
Yes, ma'am.
It was our understanding from speaking to Jennifer Poppy's office that the Roland Alfaro case has been reset to March 24th. Is that not the case?
Did you reset it to March 24th?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Ms. Poppy advised us that they did reset it for the 24th, and the DA's office, Ms. Lorena Whitley, was in agreement.
All right,
I did not speak to anyone from there, sir. I did receive a message yesterday that said the DA's office, that Ms. Hesbrook had reached out to the DA's office and they had agreed to a reset of 3/24.
So Nancy had told me that it was reset for the 24th already. So am I getting different conflicting information?
Potentially, because
Right
my
now,
message
reset
is
it to the 24th.
I'm sorry?
I will reset it to the 24th, but in the future, let's make sure that if you'll do that in writing, even if it's just with an email, that way we don't have to go and try and track down people who work part-time or remember what people said.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, we just received word from Fernando Cantu. He has 2 cases on the docket that he is on his phone and trying to get in. He's having some problems, but he will continue trying.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, what's your name?
Fernando Cantu Jr.
All right, give me a moment.
Ms. Whitney, I had opened up breakout room 5 for you, Mr. Cabanas.
All right, I'll mark you present, sir. Is Mr. Gear still on, or is he conferring?
Are you asking me, sir, or?
No, I'm asking him. I'm going to mute you now. We're waiting for your attorney. He's been on. He may be in a breakout room.
Mr. Lede and Mr. Arguelles, I'd opened up breakout room 6 for you guys.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I did get all of the Felix Velasquez plea paperwork to you. That's one that the interpreter was needed for.
Okay, give me just a moment.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Cantu, your attorney is otherwise occupied right now. Just hold on.
Judge, if I may,
Yes.
on page 8, Richard Quintero was supposed to be a plea. I just got a hold of him. He's on his way to probation.
All right, thank you.
Judge, Miss Samantha Nash just contacted me. She's attempting to get on. She's got to download the Zoom. Apparently, she's got back from the hospital, but she'll be on shortly, and we'll reset her to one of the days. If that's okay.
Okay.
And I have a waiver of arraignment. Should I send it via Zoom, or do you want me just to file it?
Via chat is good.
Okay.
Mr. Nitz, Ms. Nash just joined.
No, what did I do? Ah.
All right, Ms. Nash, I have you marked as present.
Your Honor, it's Lisa Boyd. I'm sorry I'm late. I was having trouble getting on this morning.
Okay. Give me just a moment. And who is your client?
Your Honor, I had two criminal clients on the docket. One was Eric Trevino. I've learned this morning that he's in custody in Bexar County. And then the other was Jessie Oliver. This is her arraignment today, and I've not been able to have contact with her. I understand she was on earlier. Don't know if she's on now.
I don't either. I have her as no show. Ms. Oliver?
Judge, she was on, she was the one that was showing up as pink something.
Okay. I don't see her now. So if you have a way to contact her, Ms. Boyd, I'd ask you to try and do that.
No, Your Honor, I've not. Her phone's disconnected that I have, and there was no other numbers listed on her bond. And I checked with the jail as well to see if they had any contact information.
Okay, well, as long as we have your contact information, I guess you're excused, and we'll mark her as no show. And if she comes back on, we'll contact you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Poppy, is Ed Adams in a breakout room or is he signed off?
He is not in a breakout room.
Okay, he had posted for Anthony Sleva a date, but he needs to do a waiver of arraignment on him with the 4/26 date.
Hello? Hello? Your
Yes.
Honor? This is Jesse. Sorry, I get confused with all this phone stuff.
All right, Ms. Voigt, are you still on?
I've been fighting my damn phone right now.
All right, ma'am, I am going to mute you and ask the coordinator's office to call Lisa Voigt, your attorney.
Your Honor, do I need to, I talked to my lawyer just a second ago. This is Samantha Nash.
Yes, you'll be reset to, let me see what date. 4/21, I believe. One second. Yes, 4/21. And I believe you're free to go.
Okay.
I'm unsure of who's in charge of the list to talk to the DAs, but I'd just like to make sure I'm on it.
Okay, that's the Jennifer Poppy is the host.
Yes, I need to put two folks in right now. Philip, you're on the list.
Oh, yeah, I'm not in
Someone
a hurry.
specifically you need to talk with?
No, I think Lorena gave me the offer, so I guess her.
Okay, you're second on that list. Mark, Lorena, I'm getting ready to put you on breakout rooms right now with others.
Well, we need somebody to do the plea.
Mr. Nitz, have you posted your reset dates on your clients in chat?
I just posted Miss Nash. Oh, sorry, I posted to the wrong person. Sorry. I will post it to,
You post resets to everyone. It's easier.
And
Cindy,
Your
I'll
Honor,
get back with you on that one with Mr. Adams in a minute.
and
Your
Jennifer,
Honor,
was room 7, breakout room 7 for my client or for one of the DAs?
That, room 7 was for Mark and Mr. Nitz. Mr. Lede and Mr. Nitz.
before y'all go into the breakout room, Your Honor, which plea are you ready to go on?
Felix Velasquez.
That's me.
One I was sent.
Yeah, that's Mark. Jennifer, if you want to change, I'll meet with Mr. Nitz in breakout 7 then.
Okay.
Okay, where is Mr. Velasquez?
He should be over there at the clerk's office, Your Honor. At probation, he's going to inpatient treatment facility, so.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and have him sign the verification in front of the clerk? Or just do it and then the clerk can sign it later, okay? And we have Mr. Velasquez able to, at probation, we can put him on the screen, or where do we stand?
I would have to check with probation. I know he's.
No, I understand. I was addressing that to probation or someone else.
Let me check with him, Judge. I believe Mr. Flores is talking to him in his office right now.
Okay, and if it's not ready to go, that's fine. We'll work on something else.
Okay.
Your Honor, maybe put in a breakout room with Cindy.
Okay. The breakout rooms are under the management of the host. The host is Miss Poppy. Please address your inquiries
Yes,
about
Judge.
that to her.
Thank you. Or Miss Poppy, maybe put in a breakout room with Miss Sars.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is Sisto Sanchez. I just got a text from my lawyer. I can log off.
Mr. Sanchez, whatever your attorney tells you, I would do that.
Mr. Sanchez, yes, log off and I'll call you after I finish the docket, Mr. Sanchez.
All righty, thank you.
Judge, Mr. Flores is still going over conditions with Mr. Velasquez. He should almost be done.
Okay, Anzaldo.
Your Honor, counsel's present. I don't know if Miss Anzaldo has arrived at probation yet. I haven't.
She is not. She's not here.
Let me check on her, Judge.
Quintero.
Judge, I told him to let me know when he got to probation and he said, okay, but I have not heard from him yet.
Speedy trial for Perez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we ready on that?
We are, Judge.
Defense is ready also, Your Honor.
Okay, give me just. Let me try and down get that. And I take it he's in custody then, so.
He is in custody, Your Honor.
Ms. Whitney and Mr. Lambert, I just put you on breakout room 9.
Thank you.
And is he in custody here in Wilson County? Where is he?
Yes, Your Honor, in Wilson County.
Okay,
I'm
so
getting him brought in right now, sir.
thank you.
Sir, he's here.
All right, so calling motion for speedy trial in state versus Christopher Perez. Are both sides ready?
It's ready, Judge.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
All right, and you are Christopher Perez there at the jail?
Yes, sir.
And I've read the motion. Let me ask, what is the case that Mr. Perez is being held on parole for? With a blue warrant?
It's an aggravated robbery, Judge, first degree, and he was sentenced to 15 years.
All right. And how much did he serve before he was paroled?
I'm not sure of that number.
I'm also not sure of that exact number, Your Honor.
Do they want me to answer or?
All right, I'm going to ask Ms. Poppy to give the attorneys and I an invitation to a breakout room. Just so we can confer off the broadcast.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I please, what is it?
He wants to speak with his counsel, sir.
Certainly. I'll ask Ms. Poppy to put y'all into a breakout room.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, and Your Honor, I have tried to open the waiver of arraignment that Jason Nitz dropped in to the chat on Ryan Parker, and it says that the file is corrupt. It will not open.
Okay, is Jason Nitz still on?
I will try to submit via.
Can you email it to me, Jason? And then I can drop it into e-file or something?
Sure, I will do that. 1 second.
If you can get it, Ms. Sawyer, if you can see about you sending it to me. This happens a lot, as you know. Let's see.
Yes, I received one on Shelby Wilson that opens fine, but the Parker one will not open. So you should be able to open the Shelby Wilson. Do you want to sign through there, or do you want me to send it to you or drop it into e-file?
Yeah, so I've got if it'll go to e-file through you, that's great. That's the easiest. I will
Okay.
send this right now on Shelby Wilson.
Okay.
And see if it's corrupted when it makes it to you.
Okay, I have received yours with Shelby Wilson, so we're good there.
Sorry, is that Cindy talking?
Yes, it was.
Oh, sorry. I sent it to the wrong person. I'll send it to you.
Miss Poppy, may I be put in a breakout room with my client Haley Gibbons?
We unseceded back then, yeah. All right, well,
Thank you.
that actually sounds interesting. I might do that. I always want.
Judge, we're back and defense is ready for Christopher Perez whenever the court is ready.
Okay. Mr. Lede?
I'm ready, Judge.
All right. And do you have any witnesses, Mr. Hendrickson, or just argument?
I'm going to call my client as a witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Perez, do you swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Hendrickson, and I'll take judicial notice of the contents of the file.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Price, you were arrested on this case on September 11th, 2018, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And have you been in custody ever since that date?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the things that the court is going to look at when they're making their decision is how you've been affected by this, the prejudice to you. Can you tell me if you, anything that's happened to you while you've been in jail that I guess that's happened to you while you've been in jail?
Yes, sir. I got assaulted. I got jumped on 2 different occasions and sent to the hospital here. Accumulated about $2,000 in medical bills that resulted from those assaults. Had staples in the back of my head, broken nose. There was an internal affairs investigation last year on June 24th from me getting sexually assaulted by an officer here.
And because of the assaults against you, have you been able to stay in general population or were you moved to segregated population?
No, sir. I've been in segregation for the past since that last incident happened.
And how long ago was that?
Since June 21st of last year.
Okay. And was you being placed into segregation just because of the assault against you, or was there anything that you had done to you being segregated?
This last time, it was because I was sexually assaulted by that officer.
Okay. And so it was for your safety?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You haven't been able to bond out because of a parole hold, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what were you on parole for?
For a charge that I caught when I was 16 years old back in 2004 for aggravated assault or aggravated robbery, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And I got tried as an adult.
And what were you sentenced to at the trial?
In 2005, I was sentenced to 15 years.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what would happen to you with parole? I guess when this case is resolved, what do you think is going to happen regarding your parole?
I'll be successfully discharged.
Why do you think you'll be successfully discharged?
Because the allegations hopefully will get dropped when I'm proven innocent.
I mean on the parole.
Oh, why would because I've already served my 15 years.
Okay, and so so it's your understanding that you've already completed the 15 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Lede?
Mr. Perez, the only reason that you're still in jail is because of the blue warrant, because you're serving a sentence for aggravated robbery, right?
Yes, sir.
So you don't qualify for bond and anything like that, right?
No, sir.
Because the state released you on a conditional parole and they think you violated the terms of that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you realize today that what we're talking about is whether or not we can get you to trial, not guilt or innocence, right?
Yes, sir.
So whatever the outcome here, that's not a proof of innocence of you possessing 1 to 4 grams of drugs, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you feel that your case is impaired in any way in regards to this, that you can't present a defense because of the amount of time that's passed?
Yes, sir.
How so?
Because none of the officers that made the allegations are currently working here anymore.
Okay, but they can still be subpoenaed. Do you know that?
Yes, sir. I know that now that you told me, sir.
Well, and let me be fair about it. You're not sure, and I don't want to know what you and your attorney discussed, but you're not sure whether this will affect your ability to defend yourself once this goes to trial.
I feel that it will.
Okay. And how's that?
Because the amount of time that passed, I don't feel confident that the people that made the accusations will be able to accurately recall what happened.
Okay. But you know about like dash cam videos and reports. I mean, all those things are aids to, so people can remember what exactly happened.
Yes, sir.
Right. And certainly, and again, I don't know what you and attorney discussed, but those have been provided to him to help him and aid in your defense.
Are you asking me or telling me, sir? I'm not.
Asking.
We haven't discussed that. Like.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Perez, do you recall when roughly you were released on parole?
In 2014, April. And then I went back for a technical violation. I didn't catch any more charges, and then I went back for 4.5.
All right, so how much time have you spent on release when you weren't in jail or in prison since your initial 15-year sentence?
A year. Over a year. Like I was out for roughly 10 months, and then I caught a technical violation for not reporting. And then I went back for 4.5 years. And then I got out and caught another technical violation.
Okay. And how long were you out the second time?
6 months.
And you said another technical, so you've been released 3 times, or is that something different in this case?
No, this is the last time I've been incarcerated. I was out twice.
Okay. All right, anything else from either side?
Not from state, Judge.
Just argument, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. So we are asking the court to dismiss Mr. Perez's case. We believe that his right to a speedy trial has been violated. So Mr. Perez was originally arrested on September 11th, 2018. This was 2 years and 5 months ago. And when looking at the Barker factors, Your Honor, the length of the delay has been 2 years and 5 months. The reason for the delay has been on the state that we are under a pandemic right now, but that hasn't been the reason for most of this delay. It was 1 year and 5 months from the time that Mr. Perez was arrested until the time that the case was indicted. And even after it was indicted, there was still Brady information that we hadn't received until November 24th of last year. And so that was 2 years and 2 months from the day that Mr. Perez was arrested until the time that we received that Brady information that we had a right to see before Mr. Perez's trial. And as far as prejudice to Mr. Perez, he has been in custody for that entire time. This charge against him led to a parole hold being issued so that he couldn't bond out. And we don't ultimately know what would happen with his parole issue on this case. So whether or not, if Mr. Perez was found not guilty, or even if he was found guilty, we don't know what's going to happen with the parole hold. And so we think that his right has been violated because he hasn't had a chance to quickly and speedily have this case resolved so that he can find out what happens with that parole hold. He's also been affected because some of those officers who would be witnesses in the case against Mr. Perez are no longer working at their jobs. And as Mr. Lede said, they can try and be subpoenaed and have them brought in to testify. But we don't know at this point whether or not we'd be able to find them and get them to come in and to testify. If this trial had happened sooner, then we would have a better opportunity of being able to find them, bring them in to testify. And so he's been affected by it in that way as well. The factor that weighs against Mr. Perez is the assertion of the right. His right to a speedy trial was not asserted until November 24th. However, we believe that the other factors outweigh that and that the Mr. Perez's right to a speedy trial has been violated.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lede.
Judge, looking at the Barker factors, obviously we're talking about length of delay. In a drug case, obviously we can't do anything until we receive a lab report saying that they're in fact illegal drugs. Once we indicted this case in January of last year. As Mr. Henderson said, they didn't even assert this claim until November. Obviously the reason for delay, and just for the record, Judge, obviously we've had executive orders from March 13th of last year all the way through up to January of this year, not allowing us to have jury trials to avoid the spread of COVID. I know this court has researched into possibilities of ways to have trials, but there's still impediments that has stopped that. In regards to prejudice, which is the defendant's burden in a speedy trial claim, Judge, they keep saying it will be impaired. This is a drug case. There's a chemist, there's officers, and they make the claim that, well, if the officers can't be subpoenaed, which we subpoenaed officers that don't work for agencies all the time, but if they can't be subpoenaed, the only persons who case that with prejudice would be mine. If we can't get officers to testify what happened, that will mean that will be dismissed. And so that in no way impairs defense from providing a defense for him. And so we would say, Judge, the reason for delay is obviously that there's nowhere we could have had the trial. But for COVID, this case would have already been tried. We have never asked for a continuance in this case. We are ready to go. We just need a forum to do it. And in regards to whether or not the defendant is prejudiced because of anxiety or concern or impressive incarceration, as I understand it from Mr. Perez's testimony, he had already been revoked on parole twice. And so this would be his third time. And so the fact that he's incarcerated and not on bond has solely to do with his actions that he can't comply with the terms that the state has allowed him to not serve his full term under parole. And so therefore we ask that the state have a chance to prosecute him for the third-degree felony he was charged with. And the state has done all it's could to bring this to trial. We've just had nowhere to bring it.
Your Honor, if I may address one thing that Mr. Day brought up. He indicates that they were waiting on lab results before they could move forward and indict the case. It was 1 year and 5 months before this case was indicted. Even if the delay on that indictment was because of them waiting for lab results to come back, it was a state lab that was used. And so that is still the delay caused by the state against Mr. Perez. If the lab results had been done quicker, had been gotten to the county faster so that they could move forward and indict everything sooner, then we would have been looking at trial before we would have gotten to the pandemic. A year, so Mr. Perez was originally arrested on September 11th, 2018. Those executive orders didn't go out until March of 2020. So more than, it's a year and a half later. And if we would have had drug results in 6 weeks, 8 weeks, even 6 months, that would have given us time to move forward with the trial.
And Judge, our only point is whatever anxiety or concern he may be experiencing under the Barker factors, which is the defendant's burden, are caused by the fact that he doesn't qualify for bond or PR bond. He could have been out on bond living his life this whole time, except for his actions.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Ms. Poppy to move the attorneys and I back into a breakout room just for a moment. Ms. Sawyers, I see you sent me something else. I'll download that.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Could I find out what's the name of that attorney that was talking right now? Hello? Damn, why the fuck are you calling out? Hello?
Ms. Poppy.
Yes, sir.
The Christopher Perez wants to talk to his lawyer again when they come out of that breakout room.
Yes, sir.
Hello, could somebody hear me?
Yes, sir, we
Hello?
can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you, ma'am, so much. Miss, is there any way I could get the name of that attorney that was just on right there? Because he's good, he knows what he's talking about, and I can't get a hold of my...
Let's wait for the judge to get back, please.
Okay. Well, Miss, do you know anything about my attorney? Because I've been trying to get hold of him for 2 months, and I
One
can't
second,
get hold.
sir.
All right.
Mr. Cantu, your attorney is Robert Gear. He will be appearing in just a little while. He had to go to another county first.
Okay, thank you, Miss. What?
Jennifer?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you check your chat? I just had a question about the Zoom for this afternoon's extradition hearing. Is it going to be the
Yes.
same ID or?
Yes, it's this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
All right, hold on, Ms. Davis.
Yes.
I received an email yesterday from Mr. Leday with some exhibits. He copied Kathy Starling. I don't know if you've received that.
I'll check with Kathy. If he only put Kathy on it, then I wouldn't have got it. But Kathy, I'm just sitting second chair on this, so I'll check with Kathy and see if she received them.
Okay. The other thing for you and Ms. Whitney both is I'm going to ask you to make sure you have conferred before we start the hearing. By that, I mean, I'm not asking anybody to agree to admit other folks' exhibits, but I don't want to have to stop the hearing so you can send copies of proposed exhibits or things you want to admit into evidence to the other side and let them stop and look at them and decide whether they do have objections or want to agree. I want you to know what each other's proposed exhibits are before we start, and whether you either consent to having them admitted or if you have objections so that we can move forward in a timely manner.
And Your Honor, we spoke with Ms. Starling yesterday. We have forwarded her our exhibits that we plan to offer. And she is aware of them, and we have been in discussions with her.
Okay, excellent. All right.
May I
And-
be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll
Okay.
be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Velasquez, are we ready to go on that?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
I
Saw
do.
Mr. Flores jump up and leave his chair. I don't know if he's going to get him or.
Probably he is. Your Honor, let me pull that up. I can do the plea. Let me just get to, Mark actually did the paperwork, so let me get it pulled up here and I can do it.
And Your Honor, just so you know, Ms. Anzaldo has appeared at probation.
Excellent.
Judge, also Mr. Quintero is still on probation as well.
Mr. Hendrickson, your client wanted to speak with you again.
I was just about to ask for that also, so thank you.
Okay, where it says defendant, is that Mr. Velasquez?
Defendant on what, Your Honor?
There's a gentleman in a camouflage baseball cap.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, that's Mr. Velasquez.
Sir, I'm asking you to unmute your computer and remove your baseball cap when you're in court. Okay. All right, and let me look at this. All right, so I'm calling 19-6-124 and 20-01-30 State versus Felix Velasquez. Are both sides ready?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
State's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, give me just a moment.
And Your Honor, I just sent you also a PSI that probation did. I dropped it into your chat. I didn't know if you needed that or not.
Yes, thank you. Well, if I can save it. Okay, are you Felix Velasquez?
Yes,
Is that your true and correct name? Mr. Velasquez, is that your true and correct name?
yes, it is.
Mr. Velasquez, can you hear the interpreter?
No,
Okay. Let me select English, and Mr. Cano, are you? I can hear you now. I've selected English.
Felix, can you hear the interpreter now?
no, not yet.
I can hear you, yes, sir.
I can't hear him.
Somebody could hear earlier because he removed his hat.
Your Honor, I'm in here with him. I don't hear the interpreter.
I can't hear the interpreter either, Your Honor.
Okay, have people selected English or Spanish? Or are you still in interpreter off?
I didn't even know you have that option.
I didn't either.
I didn't either.
Mr. Khan, let me ask you to turn the interpretation off. Can you do that? Or,
Interpretation.
okay,
Uh-huh.
So you have to click either English or Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Try English. She said to do English.
okay.
Okay, there we go, Your Honor. Okay.
Yes, I'm on the channel. But I'm hearing feedback. Now I'm not. Excellent. Okay. Now let's get that turned on.
Sí. Okay, try. Sí.
Are you Felix Velasquez?
Sí, soy. Yes, I am.
All right. And Mr. Velasquez, do you hear the interpreter?
Sí. Sí.
All right. I'm going to ask you, sir, whenever you answer a question, to answer it as if there was no interpreter present. For instance, if I ask you how old you are, just state your age.
58.
I didn't ask that yet. I'm just saying, if I did,
Oh, okay, okay.
but you did correctly. You stated your age. Don't say to the interpreter, tell the judge that I am 20 years old, or whatever the answer is. Okay. Are you a United States citizen?
Okay. No.
Okay. All right, then I need to tell you that any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country and or a denial of naturalization benefits. So do you still wish to enter a plea today?
Sí.
And have you had an opportunity to discuss the immigration consequences of your plea with an attorney?
Sí.
Can you speak, read, and write the Spanish language?
Not too much, no mucho.
Okay. All right, sir. Do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
No.
Right. Ms. Tapia, do you believe your client is competent to stand trial?
Yes, Your Honor. I've met with Mr. Velasquez multiple times and had multiple conversations, and I believe he is competent.
Okay. In cause number 19-6-124, you are charged by indictment with the third-degree felony of driving while intoxicated, third or more, alleged to have been committed here in Wilson County on or about December the 6th, 2018. It's alleged that on that day that you operated a motor vehicle in a public place while you were intoxicated. And it's also alleged that prior to committing that offense, on September 25th, 2002, in the Superior Court of San Mateo, California, and again on October 27th, 2006, in the Superior Court of Santa Clara, California, you were convicted of an offense relating to the operation of a motor vehicle while intoxicated. That alleges a third-degree felony, which is punishable by confinement for not less than 2 and not more than 10 years, and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. In cause number 20-0130, you were also charged with a third-degree felony offense of driving while intoxicated third or more. And there it's alleged that on or about March the 17th, 2017, in Wilson County, Texas, that you operated a motor vehicle in a public place while you were intoxicated. And it repeats the allegation that prior to that offense, on September 25th, 2002, and again on October 27th, 2002,
Yeah, my husband buy the stuff for.
in the Superior Court of San Mateo, California, you were convicted of an offense related to operating a motor vehicle while intoxicated. As I said, that too alleges a third-degree felony punishable by confinement for not less than 2 and not more than 10 years, and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. So on both cases, do you understand what you're charged with and what the range of punishment is?
Sí. Sí.
Right. Do you understand, sir, that any plea bargain you have worked out with the state in these cases is not binding on me, meaning I do not have to accept it. But if I decide not to accept it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea.
Sí.
You understand also, sir, that if I do follow the plea bargain that you've worked out in these cases, and if the sentence I impose in each case is not harder on you than what you have agreed to, you will not be able to appeal this matter.
Sí.
All right, I want to show you some documents that appear to have your signature. They're titled Admonitions to the Defendant for Plea to the Court. Let me ask, in the 19-6-124 case, which I'm going to call the 19 case, did you sign at paragraph 2.11?
Sí.
All right, and let me ask Ms. Tapia, did you go over these in the Spanish language with your client?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Pena and myself have gone over the documents with Mr. Velasquez.
Okay, all right. And I don't know about you. I know Mr. Pena speaks excellent Spanish. Okay. Mr. Velasquez, were you able to understand the interpretation of these documents by Ms. Tapia and Mr. Pena?
Sí.
Okay. All right. So let me ask, in the 2000-0130 case, which I'm going to call the 20 case, did you also sign at paragraph 2.12?
Sí.
And in the 19 case and the 20 case, did you sign where it says verification?
Sí.
And do you swear or affirm that everything that appears above your signature where it says verification is true and correct on both cases?
Sí.
All right, and did you sign the agreed punishment recommendations in both cases?
Sí.
And the trial court certification of appeal?
Sí, también.
And the waiver of preservation of evidence?
Sí, también.
The discovery compliance certificate.
Sí.
And did Mr. Pena or Ms. Tapia read these documents to you before you signed them?
Sí.
And did you understand these documents before you signed them?
Sí.
And are you satisfied with the work that your attorneys have done for you in these cases?
Sí.
All right, Ms. Tapia, do you believe that you've received all the discovery you're entitled to in a timely manner?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
And do you also believe that your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence he's making, and the consequences of his plea bargain?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
I will find, sir, on both cases that you have made your waivers of right and stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will accept them and approve them. And I'll ask you in the 19 case and also accept the discovery compliance certificate. In the 19 case to the plea charge of driving while intoxicated subsequent offense, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Culpable.
And in the 20 case, third degree felony offense, driving while intoxicated, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Sí, culpable. Culpable.
Yes. Okay. Has anyone promised you anything? Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain with the state to get you to plead guilty?
No. No.
Has anyone harmed or threatened you to get you to make these pleas?
No. No.
Has anyone promised you an early release from your sentence?
No. No.
All right. I'll find that you made your pleas in both cases voluntarily. You're not under any compulsion in making them, and I will accept them. And I'll ask what evidence the state has to substantiate the defendant's guilt.
We offer states one as attachment, Your Honor.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Without objection, State's Exhibit 1, its attachments are admitted into evidence. Do both sides rest and close at guilt innocence?
Rest and close, Judge.
Interest and close, Your Honor.
Okay. And let me ask before I look at the exhibits, it appears that the later in date indictment is for a prior in date alleged offense. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. It originally went to the county attorney's office, and then they kicked it up to the DA's office.
Okay. Right. Okay, I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt in both cases. I've also been given a precedence investigation. Has the defense had a chance to look at that?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Sawyers, can you send a copy of that, or actually I can send it out. Ms. Tapia?
No se oye.
Have you had a chance to look at that, ma'am?
I'm looking at it right now, Your Honor. I reviewed it, Your Honor.
All right, any objections or additions to it?
No, I have none, Your Honor.
Okay, so let me ask, what is the plea bargain? in these
Your
cases?
Honor, 1030 case, it's 6 years incarceration, probated for 4, a fine of $1,500, court costs of $290, Crime Stoppers fee of $50, drug test fee of $50, standard DWI conditions, ignition interlock, community service at 200 hours, 16 hours per month, drug and alcohol evaluation, follow all recommendations, EMS fee of $100, inpatient treatment, 10 days in the county jail within the next 90 days, probation fee of $60 per month, restitution of $60 for the testing, $5 police officer fee. And Judge, in the 124 case, it is also 6 years incarceration, probated for 4, court cost of $290, inpatient drug treatment, and a $5 police officer fee.
I believe it's just be 4 years incarceration, probated for 6 years on each case.
I'm sorry, that's correct, Judge.
It's read backwards.
Okay, well, the judgments say 6 years probated for 4. So which one is it?
It should be 4 years probated for 6 is what all the plea paperwork and what we had agreed to.
That's what I have, Judge. We can change those judgments.
All right, Mr. Velasquez, you heard what was read into the record by the state's attorney. Is that your agreement with the state on both cases?
Sí. Sí.
Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out?
No, porque me lo explicó mi abogada todo.
Okay, anything else on either side?
Not from the state, Judge.
Nothing from defense, Your Honor.
No.
Okay. All right, well, having sat here last week and publicly urged the state to consider sweetening their deals so we can get some things pled, I'm not going to sit here and complain that it's too sweet. I will follow the plea bargains in these cases. I'll find you guilty on both counts, or rather on both cases. I will sentence you in both the 19 and the 20 cases to 4 years confinement in the Department of Criminal Justice. But I will suspend those confinements for a period of 6 years in each case with all the rest of the terms and conditions of your plea bargain agreements with the state. So you understand, sir, that because I have followed the plea bargain agreement that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal in either case?
Sí.
Okay. All right, then I will certify in each of these cases to the Court of Appeals that these are plea bargains and that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal. And I'll ask the state just to make those changes rather on the judgments, and I will sign the new judgments, and I will post the plea packages to the coordinator, pardon me, to the district clerk, and ask Ms. Sawyers to fill out her part of the paperwork on the sworn part of the verifications. All right.
Yes, sir.
I guess you were told that your client had been online, just we couldn't hear her.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Oh, I was talking to Lisa Voigt. She went away. She had just signed back on just a moment ago.
She's in a breakout room, sir, with her client.
Excellent. Okay. All right. And while I'm signing these, do we have any announcements in the Perez case? Okay, and we had a couple of cases that said interpreter, or they were both the same Mr. Velasquez. Okay, then yes, you are excused, Mr. Cano, I think. Thank you.
The Wilbert Maldonado has been reset, so we don't need him for that one.
Yeah, that was another one, Your Honor, but we had to reset that one. He needs to speak with
All right, Mr. Hendrickson.
He has requested a breakout room with Mr. Leday. He's in room 18,
okay.
waiting to speak with him.
Okay.
Judge Russell, Mr. Hendrickson's back.
Okay,
So
do you still need to talk to Mr. Leday?
I spoke with Mark and he was gonna, I guess, speak with somebody else before we,
Have an announcement. Okay. All right, let me finish signing all these up.
Thank you.
And actually, Mr. Leday or the state, if y'all can hear me, I'll just, you sent me a good copy of your judgment, and it's editable. All right, and Ms. Sawyer, I just sent you the plea packages and the judgments on both cases.
Yes, sir, received.
Thank you. Okay, so we're ready on the next plea?
Yes, Your Honor. Which one would you like to go forward on now?
Where do we have a conjunction of defendant and defense counsel where it's all signed up?
I have Mr. Cnty all signed up, Your Honor.
And he is in custody, Your Honor.
And I believe Miss Anzaldo is at the probation department and she is also signed up.
And I believe Mr. Richard Quintero is also at probation. And I believe you may have that paperwork as well.
All right, I have received Quintero. I don't believe I have the judgment on him. Is that correct?
I believe you should. I don't know if Ms. Sawyers has gotten the judgment.
Yeah, it says order of deferred adjudication.
Okay.
Judge, he's going over his judgment right now with Mr. Tanksley.
Okay.
We're all going over the judgments with everyone that arrived late.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, are you missing something?
No, I have it. I'm not sure what happened. It didn't download.
Okay.
All right, so does anybody have any announcements or anything that we can move forward on?
Your Honor, I know Mr. Quintanilla, who's in custody with the plea, that is going to be a time offer. There's nothing to go over. I don't know if the jail would, if you want to proceed on doing Mr. Quintanilla.
Sounds great.
Okay.
And Judge, just to announce to the court, me and Mr. Henderson will not be able to come to an agreement. And so we're ready to go forward on Christopher Pettis.
Okay. Give me just a moment. All right, I want to look at the case law. I will take that under advisement. I hope to look at that today. Please make sure y'all keep me advised if I have not ruled on something. All right, so calling State versus Hector Quintanilla. No, Richard Marcus Quintero. No, yeah, no, Quintanilla is looking at. Here's his, both of them. Here's his plea.
I don't see him in the jail, Your Honor. Could be mistaken. There's somebody in the jail, but I'm not sure who that is.
I've got Mr. Quintanilla coming up. I'll switch.
Oh, okay, there we go. There he is. Beautiful. Morning, Hector.
Okay, please let me know when he's in the jail. And we're finished with Mr. Perez for the time being.
I think we have Mr. Quintanilla, Your Honor.
It's I have Mr. Pettis is here. I got Mr. Quintanilla coming on the way.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I was in the 175th. Do you know if that Cleophas Castillo ever arrived?
Not that I recall.
All right.
Judge Wilson, just so the jail is aware, Mr. Hendrickson would like to speak with his client after this plea.
Okay. I tell you what, let's take a break. I need to return a text. It's 11:23. Let's take a break until 11:45. And Mr. Hendrickson and Mr. Perez can go ahead and confer right now. We'll come back at 11:45 and jump back on it. Does anyone else have anything brief before I take off?
Your Honor, it's Lisa Boyd. I conferred with my client. She's there. She's going to get me the waiver today, and then I'll file it with the court. And on her form, it has a new court date of April 26th.
All right, just post that to me in chat in the number, name, date format, please. And once you do that, you're excused.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Lisa, make sure you post it to everyone.
I did
Yes, I'm
already.
sorry.
Okay.
I've already posted it.
All right. Okay, anything else before I take off for a moment? All right, I'll see y'all at 11:45.
Miss Poppy?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, it's Debbie. Were you going to put Mr. Hendrickson and Mr. Pettis in a breakout?
Yes, I was just thinking about that. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Hendrickson, are you still available at the moment?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I just recreated all the rooms, so you're gonna be in room 1.
Also, is Mark available or did he go on a break too?
1 second, I'm not sure.
Not yet.
Mr. O'Day, are you available? Sean, I have to step away real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I'm back. Are we ready in Hector Quintanilla?
If he's in the jail, we're ready, Your Honor. Well, he is in the jail. If he's,
You'll be less than 30 seconds.
there you go, Your Honor.
Mr. Gear, while they're getting him, do you want me to put you in with Mr. Cantu?
Yes, please.
Mr. Cantu, I'm going to invite you to a breakout room where you can speak with your attorney privately.
Judge, I have him right here.
Okay. All right, are you Hector Quintanilla?
Say it again.
Are you Hector Quintanilla?
Yes, sir.
Is that your true and correct name?
Yes.
Right. Mr. Quintanilla, are you able to speak, read, and write the English language?
Yes, sir.
And are you a United States citizen?
Yes, sir.
Despite your representation that you are a United States citizen, I need to caution you that if that is not true, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me that you are a United States citizen could end up in your deportation from this country and or a denial of naturalization benefits. And I think I said despite your reputation, I mean despite your representation that you are a U.S. citizen. All right, so do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And do you still wish to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Shaughnessy, do you believe your client's competent to stand trial?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, sir. You stand charged by indictment with the state jail felony offense of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. Specifically, it's alleged that here in Wilson County, on or about August the 23rd, 2020, that you intentionally or knowingly operated a motor-propelled vehicle, a Chevy Silverado pickup truck, without the effective consent of Shoshana Goodlow, the owner thereof. That alleges a state jail felony that is punishable by confinement for not less than 180 days and not more than 2 years, and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. So do you understand what you're charged with and what the range of punishment is?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you understand, sir, that the plea bargain agreement you have worked out with the state is not binding on me? I do not have to follow it. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
But if I decide not to follow it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Understand also that if I do follow the plea bargain agreement in this case, and the sentence I impose is not harder on you than what you have agreed to, you will not be able to appeal this matter?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you some documents that appear to have your signature. They're titled Admonitions to the Defendant for Plea to the Court. Let me ask, is this your signature on paragraph 2.11?
Yes, sir.
And again, where it says verification.
Yes, sir.
And do you swear or affirm to me that everything that appears above where it says verification is true and correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you also sign at the certification of appeal?
Yes, sir.
Agreed punishment?
Yes, sir.
Waiver of preservation of evidence?
Yes, sir.
And the discovery compliance certificate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Did you read these documents yourself, or did Mr. Shaughnessy read them to you?
He read them to me.
Both. You understand these documents before you signed them?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with the work that your attorney has done for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, counsel, do you believe that your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence he's making, and the consequences of his plea bargain?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right. And do you also believe that you've received all the discovery you're entitled to in a timely manner?
Probably more than I was entitled to, but yes.
All right. Okay, I will find the defendant made his waivers of right and stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I will also accept the discovery compliance certificate. And I will ask you, sir, to the offense alleged in the indictment, state jail felony of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. Do you plead guilty or not guilty? Mr. Quintanilla?
Yes,
Okay, to the state jail felony offense of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, is your plea guilty or not guilty?
not guilty.
Okay. All right. And that is what the judgment says. So.
Yeah, I noticed that as well.
Okay. All right, Mr. Shaughnessy, do you want a chance to speak to your client in the breakout room?
I suppose so, Your Honor.
All right. I'll ask Ms. Poppy to take care of that.
I'm sorry, I was not paying attention, sir.
If you could give Mr. Shaughnessy and the WCSO a breakout room, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Hector, you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You haven't gone to the breakout room yet?
Room 3, please.
We cleared that up, Your Honor, with Mr. Quintanilla.
All right, Mr. Quintanilla, so to the offense alleged in the indictment, state jail felony offense, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, what is your plea?
Guilty.
All right. Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain with the state to get you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Has anyone harmed or threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you an early release from your sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I will find that you made your plea voluntarily and you're not under any compulsion in making it, and I will accept it. And I'll ask what evidence the state has to substantiate the defendant's guilt.
Your Honor, at this time, state would offer State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments.
Been reviewed in discovery, no objection, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments are admitted into evidence. Do both sides rest and close?
State
Rest
rest
and close, Your Honor.
All right. I have reviewed the exhibits while we were on a break before we came back at 11:45, and I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt. Are both sides ready for sentencing?
Yes, Your
State
Honor.
is ready to proceed.
Okay. All right. What is the plea bargain in this case?
Your Honor, at this time, we're asking that the defendant be confined in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, the State Jail Division, for a period of 12 months, that he pay court costs in the amount of $290.
He should be next.
And for time that he's already served, that being 37 days worth of credit.
Okay. Mr. Quintanilla, is that your plea bargain with the state?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out of your plea bargain? Was there anything else that should have been in it?
No, sir.
All right, was there anything that was in it that he did not read?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, and is there a precedence investigation or a waiver of it?
We'll waive it, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, and is the state asking to have the straight razor considered part of the evidence and destroyed, or is that going to be returned?
We would ask that it be destroyed, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay. All right, then. I will find I have enough evidence to make a decision in this case without a precedence investigation. I will follow the plea bargain agreement. I will sentence Mr. Quintanilla to 1 year confinement. Is there any legal reason why sentence should not now be imposed?
No, Your Honor.
It is the order, judgment, and decree of the court that you be taken by the sheriff of Wilson County and transported to the authorized receiving agent of the Department of Criminal Justice. You'll be confined for a period of 1 year. Your sentence will commence today. It will run concurrently with any other sentence you may be under. And you will receive credit for all of the time you have spent so far in jail on this charge. I'm also imposing court cost. Is it court cost but no fine, or no court cost either?
Court cost, Your Honor.
I'm also imposing court cost. All right. You understand, sir, that because I have followed the plea bargain agreement in this case, that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll find that you made your post-trial waivers intelligently and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I will certify to the Court of Appeals that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal. I wish you good luck, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck, Hector.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You bet.
Right, and I have just posted the waivers and the judgment to Ms. Sawyers.
Your Honor, regarding Mr. Cleophas Castillo, is he going to be a bond forfeiture?
I would expect.
He never showed up, I assume, while I was gone.
Yes, I mean, if he's. Yes, sir.
Oh, well, it's been known to happen. Be excused.
Yes, sir, if you have nothing else.
Take care.
Okay, so what do we have next?
Your Honor, we have two pleas with what they're at probation, Richard Quintero and Mirella Anzaldo. I don't know if probation's finished visiting with them.
Okay, let me know when we're ready to go on one of those, and I'm going to start going over the.
We should be ready on both of those, Your Honor. And on Quintero, I had sent you his plea packet and judgment in one email, and then I sent you the PSI in a separate email. For Anzaldo, you should have received an email from me and then an email from Sarah with the PSI, if I believe that's correct.
Okay, let me see. Quintanilla, no, we just did Quintanilla.
Quintero.
Where did Quintero go? Is that still over on Atascosa? Okay, are either one of them they're neither in custody, they're both over at probation?
That is correct, Your Honor. And we also should have a plea with a Jacqueline Ramirez. She is in custody with Mr. Gear.
I have not received her plea packet yet from Mr. Gear. I believe he was needing to finish meeting with her and get it all signed. I do not have that one.
Okay, and I believe I saw her sitting down at the sheriff's office. I don't know if they need a breakout room with probation or if probation is going over there.
With Ms. Ramirez, Your Honor?
It looked like there was a woman sitting down in a jail uniform at the SO just before they blanked out their video.
Okay.
That's probably Jacqueline Ramirez ready to do her plea, but I don't have a packet yet.
I have her sitting here with me, and she's in the process of signing some documents that one of the COs brought to her.
All right, do we have Mr. Quintero somewhere? Yes, no?
Should be a probation.
They're at probation, so.
Let me check on him, Judge.
Did you have your lunch? Yes, I brought lunch. She brought lunch.
We're grabbing him now, Judge.
Okay.
Cassie's gonna bring me something. Okay. From Martha's. Not Martha's. Martha's. Okay. The jail, who's over there? Jail, can you hear me?
Yes, lawyers?
Yes. Make sure that y'all do get the thumbprint on Hector Quintanilla.
Okay, I'll make sure I get one.
Thank you.
All right, is that Mr. Quintero? All right, is that Mr. Quintero there where it says defendant?
Yes, sir.
All right, calling versus Richard Marcos Quintero.
Yes, sir.
All right, are both sides ready?
State's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you Richard Marcos Quintero?
Yes, sir.
Defense is ready, Judge.
Is that your true and correct name?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Quintero, can you speak, read, and write the English language?
Yes, sir.
And are you a United States citizen?
Yes.
All right, despite your representation that you are a United States citizen, I'm going to caution you, but if that is not correct, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country and or a denial of naturalization benefits. Do you still wish to enter a plea today?
Yes.
Sir, do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
No, sir.
Counsel, do you believe your client is competent to stand trial?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Quintero, you stand charged by indictment with the state jail felony offense of possession of a controlled substance. Specifically, it's alleged that here in Wilson County, on or about March 4th, 2020, that you intentionally or knowingly possessed a controlled substance, cocaine, in an amount of less than 1 gram. That alleges a state jail felony, which in Texas is punishable by confinement for not less than 180 days and not more than 2 years, and a fine not to exceed $10,000. So do you understand what you're charged with and what the range of punishment is?
Yes.
Do you understand, sir, that the plea bargain agreement that you have with the state is not binding on me? I do not have to follow it, but if I decide not to follow it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea?
Yes, sir.
You also understand, sir, that if I do follow the plea bargain agreement that you have, and the sentence I impose is not harder on you than what you've agreed to, You will not be able to appeal this matter?
Yes.
All right, and finally, I need to let you know that if your plea bargain agreement is for deferred adjudication probation, and I was to follow it, I would find there is enough evidence to say you were guilty, but I would not do so. Instead, I would place you on deferred adjudication probation and put off or defer any finding of guilt. And successfully complete the deferred adjudication probation, the case against you will be dismissed, you'll have no conviction, and you may be able to get an order of non-disclosure to keep the state from telling anyone except law enforcement that you were even arrested. On the flip side, if while you are on deferred adjudication probation, the state alleges that you have broken the rules, then you could be arrested, you could be brought back to court, and there would be a hearing on just that issue. Did you break the rules? And if the answer to that is yes, then you could be found guilty at that time and sentenced to anything that's legal for a state jail felon. That's 180 days to 2 years confinement and a fine not to exceed $10,000. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to show you some documents that appear to have your signature. They're titled Admonitions to the Defendant for Plea to the Court. And I want to ask you here at paragraph 2.11, is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next page where it says verification.
Yes, sir.
And do you swear or affirm to me and to the Ms. Sawyers at the clerk's office that everything above your signature where it says verification is true and correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you also sign at the certification of appeal?
Yes, sir.
Agreed punishment?
Yes, sir.
Waiver of preservation of evidence?
Yes, sir.
The discovery compliance certificate?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, did you read these documents yourself or did your attorney, Mr. Flores, read them to you?
He read it.
Did you understand these documents before you signed them?
Yes.
And are you satisfied with the work that Mr. Flores has done for you?
Yes.
Counsel, do you believe your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence he's making, and the consequences of his plea bargain?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, sir. I'll find that you made your waivers of right and your stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I will also ask Mr. Flores, do you believe you received all the discovery you're entitled to in a timely manner?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, and I will accept the discovery compliance certificate. All right, sir, to the offense alleged in the indictment, state jail felony of possession of a controlled substance, do you plead guilty or not guilty? Mr. Quintero?
Yeah.
Okay, to the state jail felony possession of a controlled substance, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Not good.
All right. Mr. Flores, do you need a chance to speak to your attorney, to your client? In a breakout
Yes,
room?
Judge.
All right, I'm sorry, Ms. Poppy, if you could
Please.
give us a breakout room, give them a breakout room.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I accidentally invited Andrew Flores. When you get in there, Mr. Flores, can you let him know that he was not needed in that meeting?
Yes.
All right, and
Miss Poppy, I got sent to the jail.
yeah, I may have said the jail. I'm sorry. It's where it says defendant, Ms. Poppy. It's Mr. Quintero.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, Your Honor, we're ready to go whenever the court is ready.
All right, sir. So to the state jail felony offense of possession of a controlled substance, cocaine, what is your plea?
Guilty.
All right. Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain agreement with the state to get you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Has anyone harmed or threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to make this plea?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you an early release in your sentence?
No, sir.
All right, I'll find the defendant made his plea voluntarily. He's not under any compulsion in making it, and I'll accept it. And I'll ask what evidence the state has to substantiate the defendant's guilt.
Your Honor, at this time, state would offer State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, State's Exhibit 1, its attachments are admitted into evidence. I had a chance to review them earlier, and I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt. Are both sides ready for sentencing?
State's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Defense is ready, Judge.
Okay, and I've been given a pre-sentence investigation report. Has the defense had a chance to look at that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let me save this right fast. All right, if you need to go over it with your client, we can get you into a breakout room.
If I can take a quick look at it, Judge, I'll let you know if I need a breakout room.
Yeah, I just sent that to you.
Judge, I have no objection.
Okay. All right, I've had a chance to review the pre-sentence investigation. Let me ask what the plea bargain is.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, we're asking that the defendant be placed on 2 years deferred adjudication, pay a fine of $1,500, court costs in the amount of $290, a Crime Stoppers fee of $50, that he perform 200 hours of community service, that he attend a drug offender education program, that he follow the standard drug offender conditions, that he pay a drug test fee of $50, They undergo a drug and alcohol evaluation, that he pay a monthly probation fee of $60, restitution in the amount of $60, and a police officer fee of $5.
All right, Mr. Quintero, you heard what was read in the record by the state's attorney. Is that your agreement with the state?
Yes, sir.
Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out?
No, sir.
All right. And what sort of work is it that you do, sir?
I'm a barber.
All right, let me think here just for a moment. And how long have you worked as a barber?
I've been working as a professional barber for 8 years. In the same barbershop.
And what name appears on your barber license?
Richard Marcus Quintero.
And is that a barber's license, a hairdresser's license?
That's a barber's license.
Okay. Okay, anything else from either side?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, I will follow the plea bargain agreement in this case. I will make one change that I will type in. And it is that if within the next 6 months, Mr. Quintero proves that he has a current barber's license, that I will reduce the number of CSR hours to 150. Apart from that, I'll, as I said, find there's enough evidence to say he's guilty, but I will not do so. I will place him on deferred adjudication probation for 2 years. Mr. Quintero, please keep in mind what I had to say earlier about that if you do everything you're supposed to do, case against you will be dismissed, you'll have no conviction. And you might even be able to get that order of non-disclosure. But if the state says that you're breaking the rules, then you could be arrested, you could be brought back to court, and there could be a hearing on just that question. Are you breaking the rules? The other thing I want to tell you is if the only thing that you're not doing that you're supposed to be doing is that you're not making 100% of your payments on time, the state is not going to rush out in this county, in this judicial district, and ask to have you adjudicated guilty just for that. I'm not telling you it's not important to make these payments. It is, but if a month rolls around and I always say if your water pump blows up on your truck or something, you just don't have the money, do everything you're supposed to do and then show up to your probation officer and don't tell them you don't have the money. I don't want to see a situation where you don't report to your probation officer, because if you start doing that, you should expect that it's very likely the state's going to be filing a motion to have you adjudicated guilty. But if you will show up and explain what the situation is, we can give you time to make a larger payment towards the end of the 2 years. And if absolutely necessary, we could even extend the period of deferred adjudication probation for a while. Okay. So do you understand all that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then I will tell you that because I have followed the plea bargain agreement in this case, that you have waived the right to appeal. And I will certify to the Court of Appeals that you have waived the right to appeal because of the plea bargain, and you may not appeal. And I'm going to put the additional condition about the barber's license.
Yes, sir.
Let me put that. Okay, I will get this sent over to Ms. Sawyers in just a moment. And I'm not gonna play games here. Mr. Quintero, rather, I'll just let you know that I went to the state's licensing board. They didn't show that you had a current license. I'm not asking you if you've been barbering without a license. You've represented me, you have one. I assume that they've got their papers screwed up somehow. But it is, I know, and I'm instructing you not to say anything else. I'm not going to follow up on it. I guarantee you that the state's not going to be out there checking up on this. But if the Department of Licensing and Regulation were to come in and, start trying to file criminal charges against you for barbering without a license, if that has been going on, well, that state would have to take that into consideration at that time. So let's just make sure that you've got everything done. And if it's just a matter of they've got their paperwork wrong and you get them to fix it, well, then you get a free 50 hours off your CSR. And if not, then let's get that fixed.
Yes, sir.
All right. So do we want to do the person who's in custody next?
That is fine, Your Honor. I don't know if Ms. Sawyers has gotten the paperwork yet.
I have not. That is Jacqueline Ramirez, and the paperwork has not been either hand delivered or emailed to me as of yet. I'm still waiting on that. I don't know, is Mr. Gear in a breakout room with someone? I don't even see him on here.
No, he's right here.
There he is.
I'm back, Cindy. Thank you. Sorry.
All right, so is there anyone that I have paperwork on that we're ready to go on?
That would be Morella Anzualdo, who is with probation, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I get a breakout room with, is that Jacqueline? Yeah, can I get a breakout room with her? With the jail, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
And
Jen.
Judge, I'm here for Miss Anzaldo.
Okay, all right, let me pull this up and look at it for a moment.
I'm sorry, are we calling for Miss Anzaldua?
Yes.
Okay, okay. She stepped outside for a second. We'll go grab her.
All right. All right, and my Acrobat is just locked up, so let's give it a little time.
And Your Honor, I had sent in your chat, the waiver of arraignment on Ryan Walker. I didn't know if you were able to open it. That's that one that originally had come from Jason Nitz that was correct, and then I received it and it was okay. So I sent it to you. I haven't gotten that one back from you, so I didn't know if it was maybe not opening for you.
Well, Acrobat's locked up completely right now.
Okay.
So, I'm trying
Okay,
to
well,
end it.
we'll just have to keep that one in mind, and if I need to, then I can just bring you a hard copy to sign. Or
Okay, who is that on?
Ryan Walker.
I think I downloaded that. Let me see. What time did you send that?
The time says 10:34.
That was a long time ago. Oh, I think I was in a breakout room perhaps then, because I have 10:31 and the next message is 10:41.
Okay, all right, let
So
me
that's probably
drop
what's
that
going
to you
on.
one more time.
Let me open this up and see if I'm able to open up. No, do not give me the recover documents because all right, Ms. Kirana, whenever I get this document,
Yes, sir.
and I don't know if it's from your firm or it may be from when your client signed it, it comes over with the signatures verified. And I am unable to go back in and put additional signatures on there.
Okay, let me see if I can,
And I can print it, but I just want to know, is there something I need to do to authorize me to put additional signatures in here?
to be honest, Judge, I don't know. We were excited to figure out how to request signatures on the document, so I'll need to do a little bit of
Okay, well, let me print.
research. I apologize.
That's fine. No, I'd much rather have this done digitally and so we don't have a copy of a fax. So Microsoft print to PDF. Okay, we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Oh, no, wait. It just propped up the same thing. Hold on, let me try this again. All right, calling State versus Mireya Anzalvo. Are both sides ready?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense is ready.
Are you Mireya Anzalvo?
Yes,
Is that your true and correct name?
yes,
And ma'am, can you speak, read, and write the English language?
yes,
Are you a United States citizen?
yes,
Okay, despite your representation that you are a United States citizen, I need to caution you that if that is not true, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country and/or a denial of naturalization benefits. So do you still wish to enter a plea today?
yes.
Do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
No,
Okay, that was didn't sound very certain. It's okay if there is. I just need to know about it, make sure that you've had a chance to talk with your attorney about it. So do you have any history? I'm sorry?
I didn't know if like my trauma counseling counted or something like that.
Okay. So you've had trauma counseling. Let me just ask, has that issue kept you from being able to speak with your attorney in this case?
Oh, no,
Have you been able to understand what your attorney has told you about what your rights are and what your options are?
yes,
And have you been able to make your attorney understand what it is you wish to do?
yes,
Okay. All right, counsel, do you believe your client is competent to stand trial?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, ma'am, you stand charged with the state jail felony offense of possession of a controlled substance. Specifically, it's alleged that on or about July 16th, 2019, here in Wilson County, Texas, that you intentionally or knowingly possessed a controlled substance, methamphetamine, in an amount of less than 1 gram. That alleges a state jail felony, which is punishable by confinement for not less than 180 days and not more than 2 years, and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. So do you understand what you're charged with and what the range of punishment is?
Yes.
Do you understand that the plea bargain agreement you have with the state is not binding on you? I do not have to follow it, but if I decide not to follow it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea.
Yes.
Okay, and do you understand that if I do follow the plea bargain agreement that you've worked out with the state and the sentence I impose is not harder on you than what you have agreed to, that you will not be able to appeal this matter?
Yes.
Okay. You understand also that if your plea bargain is for deferred adjudication probation and I should decide to follow it, I will find that there's enough evidence to say you're guilty, but I will not do so. Instead, I will defer or put off a finding of guilt and place you on deferred adjudication probation. And if you successfully complete that, the case against you will be dismissed. You'll have no conviction, and you may be able to get an order of non-disclosure to keep the state from telling anyone other than law enforcement that you were even arrested. But on the other hand, if while you're on deferred adjudication probation, the state alleges that you've broken the rules, then you could be arrested, you could be brought back to court, and if it's found that it's true you broke the rules, then you could be sentenced to anything, found guilty and sentenced to anything that's a legal sentence for a state jail felony, 180 days to 2 years confinement, and a fine up to $10,000.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the document here that I'm showing you is the admonitions to the defendant for plea to the court. And I want to ask you on paragraph 2.11, is this your signature?
Yes.
And the next page where it says verification, is that your signature?
Yes.
Right, and you verified to both me and Ms. Sawyers from the district clerk's office that everything above your signature at verification is true and correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you also sign on the certification of the defendant's right of appeal?
Yes.
The agreed punishment recommendations?
Yes.
The waiver of preservation of evidence?
Yes.
And the discovery compliance certificate?
Yes.
Now, these documents that your signatures are dated the 29th of January of this year. Has anything happened since the 29th of January of this year to make you want to take your signature back from these documents?
No.
Okay. And you are dealing with Mr. Stephen Barrera primarily in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And are you satisfied with the work that he did in explaining these documents to you
Yes.
and in representing you with the state?
Yes.
All right. And also, did Ms. Kerala explain the documents to you, or is she just appearing in court today?
No, she explained also.
Okay, excellent. All right. Okay. Counsel, do you believe your client is understands the nature of the rights she's giving up, the stipulations of evidence she's making, and the consequences of her plea bargain with the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you also believe that you and Mr. Barrera have received all of the discovery you're entitled to in a timely manner?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll find, ma'am, that you made your waivers of right and stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I will accept the discovery compliance certificate, and I'll ask you to the offense alleged in the indictment, state jail felony, possession of a controlled substance. Do you plead guilty or not guilty? I'm sorry?
Guilty.
All right. Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain with the state to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone harmed or threatened you or anyone close to you for your plea?
No.
All right. Has anyone promised you an early release from your sentence?
No.
Okay, and let me, again, you sound unsure, let me clarify that. There are circumstances where a person who's placed on regular or deferred adjudication probation may not have to spend that entire time on probation. They may be able to get it ended early, but you understand that that's a maybe, and that no one can promise you that your probation is going to be less than what you've actually signed up for.
Oh, yes, I understand that.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I'll find that you made your plea voluntarily and you're not under any compulsion in making it, and I will accept it. And I'll ask what evidence the state has to substantiate the defendant's guilt.
Your Honor, at this time, state would offer State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments.
No objection.
All right, without objection, State's Exhibit number 1, its attachments are admitted into evidence. Give me a chance to look these over. And was I given a pre-sentence investigation in this case?
Yes, Judge, I emailed
It was
that. to you.
emailed? Okay.
Yes.
I'll pull that in just a minute. Here it is. Okay, I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt. Are both sides ready for sentencing?
State's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Defense is ready.
All right, I've been given a pre-sentence investigation. Let me look at this. And did the defense have any objections or additions to the PSI? Or have you had a chance to see it? Do you need a copy?
Judge, I've received it and I have no objections.
All right, ma'am, how many children do you have?
Living at home, 2. And I have 2 with my previous marriage.
Okay, and do you have are you ordered to pay child support on the other children?
No.
And how old are the children with you?
2 and 1.
And are you with their father, or does their father pay child support?
No, I'm with the father.
And I'm not 100% clear here. Do you have charges pending in Uvalde and Comal counties, or have they been resolved, or?
They've both been resolved. I mean, I'm on probation already in Uvalde.
And are you reporting for probation here in Floresville?
I'm gonna start. I mean,
Okay.
Judge, if I could clear that up, we have received her case from Uvalde County. We're pending acceptance. I wanted to wait till she was placed on probation here before we send an acceptance letter over there. But she will report over here for her Uvalde County case as well.
All right, and are there community service hours fines in those cases?
She was given a $500 fine 200 hours of community service, and several classes in trauma counseling. But she was placed on this probation back in 2017. So I know several of those things have already been completed. I just haven't gotten an updated count on how many CSR hours, what has been paid, what hasn't been paid, things like that. I won't find that out until after I accept her case.
Okay, so that sounds more like the warrants that were out for her were like an MTR warrant perhaps, or
Correct.
in the Comal County case?
There were no charges there. I know that.
On the criminal history, it looks like that's either still pending or they're holding on to it. Nothing's been done yet, or it's been dismissed. The criminal history didn't say anything about it being resolved yet.
Okay. All right, so let me ask Ms. Whitney, what is the plea bargain agreement in this case?
Your Honor, at this time, we're asking that the defendant be placed on 3 years deferred adjudication and pay a fine of $750, court costs in the amount of $290, Your Honor, Crime Stoppers fee of $50, that she perform 200 hours of community service, that she attend a drug offender education program, that she follow the standard drug offender conditions, that she pay a drug test fee of $50, that she undergo a drug and alcohol evaluation, that she pay a monthly probation fee of $60, a PSI fee of $25, restitution fee in the amount of $60, and a police officer fee of $5.
Or I mean, you heard what was read into the record by the state's attorney. Is that your agreement with the state?
Yes.
Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out?
No.
What sort of work have you done when you were employed?
Housekeeping.
And have you ever done that for a company? Have you just done that for like individuals?
And when I lived in Comal County, I worked in Bernie at a nursing home I was in housekeeping.
At a nursing home, okay. And did you like working in the nursing home or?
Yes, I was there on and off, but then I got pregnant and I just quit. I had to.
Judge, if I may, she now
Yes, ma'am.
is having to stay home with her kids. Cost of childcare is too high.
Right. Okay. All right, anything else from either side?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from defense, Judge.
All right, I will approve the plea bargain agreement in this case, except that I will reduce the fine to $100.
Thank you, Judge.
Please keep in mind, ma'am, what I told you, that if you do everything you're supposed to do, the case will be against you, will be dismissed, you'll have no conviction. But that if the state alleges that you're not following the rules, then you could be brought back to court under arrest, and there would be a hearing on just that question. Are you following the rules? And if the answer to that is no, then you could be found guilty and you could be sentenced from 180 days to 2 years in confinement and a fine up to $10,000. And let me ask the state, on page 1 of the judgment, it had said an $800 fine, and on page 2, it says 50 and then payment of reward fine. So
Let me pull it up real quick, Your Honor.
is that Crime Stoppers now, or?
The Crime Stoppers goes into the fine, if I'm not mistaken, Your Honor, which would make the $750, $800. Yes.
Okay, so I need to make the $750, $50 on the regular fine, which will then make it.
Would make it $150 then, Your Honor.
Yes. Well, and they make it just. I've got to put a leading 0 or it messes up the pagination.
Okay.
All right, then you understand, ma'am, that because I have followed the plea bargain agreement in this case, that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal?
Yes.
Okay, I will find that you made your post-trial waivers knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I will certify to the Court of Appeals that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal. I wish you good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, and I have just posted the judgment and the waivers. In that case, and let me sign this one. I've just sent the Walker waiver of arraignment.
Okay, thank you. And the other messages I sent to you were intended for Miss Copy. I sent them to her.
Okay. All right, so what do we have next?
Jacqueline Ramirez, Your Honor.
Okay, and I don't believe I have those papers yet.
Judge, may I ask what Cindy was just referring to there? I had a lot of background noise.
When I responded to you, I had originally responded to the judge on Eduardo Estrada and Mike Nava, but I have responded to you now on those questions you asked.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, we keep getting a sound that sounds on our end like a mimeograph machine or something going in your
Yes.
eye. I hadn't heard that sound in a long time. Okay, so where do we stand on Ms. Nava? We're just waiting.
On Ramirez, yes, sir. I'm still waiting on
Mr.
the plea
Ramirez.
paperwork to arrive here to me one way or another.
Okay, let us perhaps start going over the docket because I have not written down anything, basically.
Yes, Your Honor. And I've missed a few things as well.
All right, D.D. Silva.
I have reset to 3-2 to plea.
Caleb Guerra.
I have reset to 421.
Give me a moment. I have figured out how to fix this, but it's doing the thing where in the middle of the day, it just decides to switch over to a Greek font. Okay, now it's back to Time New Roman. Okay. 3-2 on Silva. Who for Caleb Guerra? What day?
421.
All right, Kilmer.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, and he's going to plea on 421.
Okay. Kilmer
is 3-8.
Chastity Villarreal.
421, Your Honor.
And Judge, I'm sorry, that date was not a proper date. It should be 3/24/2021.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Alfaro.
Also
I have to-
before.
And I did write this down, but then when I hadn't saved that apparently when Adobe crashed earlier. Adams.
324, Your Honor.
Can I ask a question, Your Honor, on the Roland Anthony Alfaro? So we had a 3/24 date, but Andrew
He was supposed to appear.
Right, Andrew had made a comment that he has not been appearing at all at probation.
With Steve.
Okay. I don't want to ex parte the attorney. I mean, if
Yeah.
the state wants to file a motion to increase his bond or revoke his bond or something, I'll certainly consider it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Christopher Casillas.
Is reset to 324.
Did Grintles appear?
I have him as a NISI.
I'm gonna put no attorney on MTR. So Mr. Briggs is gone. Max Marroquin,
Reset to 421, Your Honor.
Jacqueline Ramirez. That's the
As
one
we're
about-
waiting to do the plea, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Felix Velasquez, final judgment.
Yes,
Fernandez, 4-5.
yes, sir.
Sweeten,
I have 324.
Altamira,
That
I-
waiver has been accepted and reset for 426.
and that's Mr. Hayek, not Mr. Shaughnessy. Okay, Ignacio Solis, RW to rule. Collins is Roberto Vargas, what date?
I have 419, Your Honor. What date did we have on Mr. Solis?
I didn't have a date.
I don't have a date.
I didn't either.
It's dismissed. You don't need one. If it's not, we'll set it for 426. Oh,
Yeah, it's not dismissed. I think when
Ask
Mr.
Debbie.
Andrews, I don't think put a date in the chat.
okay, well, I took that under advisement. Wouldn't, is that the one with, oh no, that's evading arrest. I'm sorry. Oh no, that was Perez.
The attorney stated at the time that they wanted to go to trial, so.
Right, he
He
just
needs to-
said place on trial docket, but he didn't give a date, if it's 421 or 426, so we need to give
Yeah,
a
that's
date
not-
there.
Yeah, that's not good enough. So he needs to, somebody will call Mr. Anders or text him and tell him he needs to give us when the date is. Else I'll make it Monday. Velasquez, final judgment, Ibarra, 421. Peril is when?
419, Your Honor.
Did Solis appear?
I have him as a NISI.
Perez is the one I need to rule on. Speedy
Yes.
trial, RW to rule, or
On that one, Mr. Hendrickson was asking if we needed a date. And so we were gonna put it for 3/2 to follow up with you. Is that okay?
that's great. Avila, did,
I have it as a NISI, Your Honor.
Ortiz?
Plea.
It's going to be a plea, Your Honor, yes, on 3-2.
Houghton is supposed to be a plea on 3-2.
Yes, sir.
Samantha Nash, did she come in later?
She
No.
did, Your Honor, and I have reset to 421.
Gonzaldo appeared and that was a plea. Houghton,
In custody, Your Honor, that's Mr. Gears.
Gibbons,
I did not see anything in the chat that, I don't know if Mr.
Yes, that one was reset to 421, pretrial 421.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mendoza,
Plea on 3-2.
Cantu, no show?
No,
Yep,
Mr.
here.
Cantu showed.
Okay.
That's Mr. Gears, and they went into a breakout room.
Mr. Gear's back.
Judge, we'll be rescinding that to, I believe, April 19th is the date.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, yes, yes,
That's
yes,
an
yes.
okay date.
419, 419 is good, yes.
On both of Cantu's cases. Thank you.
Okay. And have you posted that?
I'm going to do it right now, Your Honor.
All right. Eduardo Estrada,
Your Honor, he completed paperwork for an 18-month pretrial diversion today.
Michelle Nicholson,
Was reset to 421, Your Honor.
Maldonado was,
Pretrial diversion as well.
He is, but he was asking for a couple of weeks. I don't know. I don't have any dates.
March 15th, 3/15.
Chaput,
He has a date, Your Honor, of 421.
Nava, you appearing?
I have as an eyesight, Your Honor.
The last time we had court, he was in a private treatment facility in San Antonio. And we were waiting on Mr. Baird to meet with him and get a waiver of arraignment on him. I don't know if he's still in the facility or not.
All right, and did Mr. Baird give us anything?
No, sir, there was nothing in the chat on that one.
All right, if someone would text or call him and ask him to sign back on.
I'm doing that, sir. I'm doing it with James Andrews right now. I'll get with him next.
Okay. Stephen Collins,
Reset for 419, Your Honor.
419, we had him above.
Yes, sir.
Morales,
I have as a nice eye.
Hector Quintanilla was a plea. Quintero was a plea. Sisto Sanchez,
Reset to 421, Your Honor.
Cleophas Nisai,
Yes, sir.
Crowder,
I did not get a date, Your Honor.
421.
Foster,
421.
Houghton is 3-2. Michael Montgomery,
Is reset to 421, Your Honor.
Sean Spalding,
Judge, that's going to be set for an open plea on 3-2. I've conferred with Mr. King Dawes.
And it has been posted into chat now.
Mr. Suggs, 421.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, Eric Alexander Trevino, custody Bear County, we think. What Ms. Voigt do?
Not sure what Ms. Voigt did, Your Honor.
Nothing on that one that I've seen.
$426, waiver to be filed today. Oh, that's the Jesse Oliver. Did she have two cases, Lisa Voigt?
She did, Your Honor. She had Jesse Oliver, who's a little later in the
Okay,
docket.
we need to know something from Lisa Voigt on this. Eccles, previously disposed. Haley Gibbons,
Reset to 315, Your Honor, to plea. And just for information and for Jennifer, she'll have two other cases as well. She's going to plea them all on the same date.
Who is this on? I'm sorry, Gibbons?
On Gibbons, yes, ma'am. She has two other cases. She's going to plea them all on the same day.
And that's it? She only has those two others?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's Haley Gibbons, not Brandy Gibbons.
right. Okay, on the three cases where it was Ruben and not Noberto Flores, do they all get the same date?
Yes.
Yes.
Which was?
3/8. Cindy, I'll update that shortly, so there will be notices you need to send, just those three.
Okay, and Audie Howe?
I did not get a date on that one.
F421. Posted in chat.
Hector Medina, nice eye, or did he show up?
I have him as an eyesight, Your Honor.
Okay. Nathan Morales?
He was in, I believe Mr. Vargas said he was in Bear County. He got picked up yesterday in Bear County. Or
That's what I have.
All right, but. All right, Mr. Vargas, if somebody would contact him. I'll make sure
I'm trying, sir. I may be asking for some updates on the docket.
That's fine. Then make sure I need to, I guess, emphasize the defense attorneys. You're released as long as you've disposed of all your cases, and you're right that you've done that. Ryan Parker.
Ryan Parker, Your Honor, is reset 36.
Yes, that's a waiver you just sent me.
Okay, 426.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Anthony Silva or Sleva.
Reset to 421, Your Honor.
And actually Jennifer has emailed Ed Adams on that because on that case, we needed to have a waiver of arraignment and the 426 date.
Okay.
So Jennifer did contact Ed on that.
All right, Chad Spence.
He was the one that was in custody in Victoria County, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Shaughnessy did a waiver with him, and that would be 26.
So I'm just waiting to get a copy of that after Mr. Shaughnessy gets it back from Victoria.
Okay, and what day?
426.
426. Sweeney, he appeared late, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
He did appear, and I did receive a waiver of arraignment from Cabanas in e-file, and I did forward it into the queue for 426.
Okay. Shelby
And,
Wilson. Oh, go ahead.
and I'm sorry to interrupt, Your Honor. On Brian Sweeney, he has other cases. Is there any way we can get all the cases on the same docket?
Sure.
From 222, we did reset those to 426. So just looking back now, so we should be squared away.
So we should be good. Awesome. Thank you, Jennifer.
Is there just 3 other ones, or are there more?
I
can look it up.
I can look it up too.
Okay, Shelby Wilson.
I don't have anything, Your Honor.
That one waiver, you signed a waiver for me today for 426.
All right. Faiska, 426, Lozoya, 426. And then the handwritten add-on, Matthew Allen, 322.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. And where do we stand on our plea papers? For the lady who's in custody?
Okay, I just received it from Mr. Gear, so let me send that over to you and we'll be ready to roll.
And Jennifer, on Brian Sweeney, I show he has 6 cases.
Okay, thank you. I'll check it out in my system. So 6 total. We want to set them all for 426.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, I have contacted Mr. Baird, Mr. Anders, Ms. Voigt, and Mr. Vargas via email. I can't call without putting the whole call on elevator music. So hopefully they will join us shortly.
Okay, you can't call without what?
Putting you on hold and elevator music playing to all of you.
Oh, well, we don't want that, so.
Judge, if you give me just a second, I received the packet, but it's not in the correct order, so I'm reordering it, going to scan it to myself, and then I'll send it to you.
Okay, was it just emailed over to you, or
Yes.
just send it to me? Don't print it and redo it. I've got the,
Okay, it's all jumbled. The violation report is mixed in. But I'll send it your way.
okay. And is the jail not, was it mixed up when it got there, or is the jail printing stuff off and not having people review these and sign them on the computer?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. From what I understand, they printed it out and carried it to her because they had said that a correctional officer brought in paperwork to be signed.
That's how I received it from the jail, Your Honor. I sent them the proper packet, and then I guess they printed it out, had her sign it, and
Okay, is that Deputy Davis there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's going on?
One of the COs brought it straight to her, and I got the paperwork from her. So it was already mixed up when I got to it.
All right. Another time, unless there's a reason we need not to do that, let's do it online. I mean, do it on the computer there so we don't have to go through all this rigmarole.
Okay, that should be popping up in your email, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, if you want to send it to me in chat, it's been over an hour since I've received an email, or right at an hour. I'm not sure that's working.
Judge Lisa Boyd is in the 437th right now in a hearing, but she will jump back on as soon as she can.
Thank you. And Mr. Gear, did you have a chance to meet with your client to go over this, or?
I did, Judge. I went over it with her page by page about 30 minutes ago.
Did you receive it in your chat?
Yes, ma'am. I'm downloading it right now.
Okay.
although it's taking a long time.
And Judge, FYI, when I send it over, it's in the Adobe Sign, so all they have to do is put the signature in and it comes back to me automatically, but I guess they printed it out.
I think what happens is they haven't let everybody know what's going on because some people know to do that and some don't, but it just depends on who's working. Okay, it's just about finished downloading the plea package. Okay, Colleen State versus Jacqueline Ramirez. Are both sides ready?
State's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
I'm asking the
Defense is ready, Judge.
SO to unmute the computer. All right, are you Jacqueline Ramirez?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same Jacqueline Ramirez who on or about April 30th of 2019 was placed on, and was this deferred or?
It was straight to probation, Your Honor. It was 3 years probated. 2 years probated for 3, sorry.
Was placed on 3 years probation with a 2-year underlying sentence for the state jail felony offense of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. All right, ma'am, and you understand, let me ask, first of all, can you speak, read, and write the English language?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the state has alleged that you violated rule number 11 of your probation, which means that they're alleging that you failed to report to your probation officer as you were supposed to do in the months of July, August, October, November, and December of 2019, and in the month of February 2020. So do you understand what the state's alleging that you did wrong?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that if the state, it is shown to me that you did in fact violate the terms of your probation, that you could, since you've already been found guilty, you could be sentenced up to 2 years confinement because that's the underlying sentence plus any unpaid portion of your fine?
Yes, sir. It's saying I can pay no amount,
All
but
right, ma'am, I'm just letting you know what the maximum that could happen is that whatever your underlying fine was, if it was 0, then it's no problem. But if there's an unpaid portion of your fine, you could be sentenced to that and you could be sentenced to up to 2 years confinement. Do you understand that?
yes,
Okay. And do you understand that the plea bargain agreement that you have with the state is not binding on me? I do not have to follow it, but if I decide not to follow it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea.
yes, sir.
And if I do follow the plea bargain agreement that you have with the state and the sentence I impose is not harder on you than what you have agreed to, you understand that you will not be able to appeal this matter at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give me just a moment. All right, I want to show you some documents that appear to have your signature. My computer unlocks or unfreezes. Give me a moment. All right, the documents are titled Written Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony, Motion to Revoke or Adjudicate. Let me ask on page 3, is this your signature up at the top?
Yes, sir.
And do you swear or affirm to both me and the Assistant District Clerk, Ms. Sawyer, that everything that appears above your signature on page 3 is true and correct?
Yes,
And did you also sign? All right, well, you signed approving written waivers, but did you also sign at the written waiver of time to file motion for new trial
yes,
and at the plea bargain agreement
yes, sir.
and on the trial court certification of appeal?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you read these documents yourself or did Mr. Gear read them to you?
We read them we read over them.
Okay. So did you understand these documents before you signed them?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with the work that Mr. Gear has done for you?
Yes, sir.
Right. Counsel, do you believe that your client understands the nature of the rights she's giving up, the stipulations of evidence she's making, and the consequences of her plea bargain with the state?
I believe that she does, Your Honor.
All right. I will find that the defendant made her waivers of right and stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I will ask you, ma'am, to the allegation in the state's motion to revoke your probation that you violated Rule 11 of your probation by failing to report to the probation officer as directed. Is that true or not true?
True.
Okay. I will accept her plea of true and ask what evidence the state has to substantiate the violation.
Your Honor, at this time, State would offer State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments.
Defense has no objections, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments are admitted into evidence. Do both sides rest and close at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the violation. And also find that a change needs to be made in the disposition in this case. Are both sides ready for that hearing?
State's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Defense is ready, Judge.
All right. Is there a precedence investigation or a waiver of one?
Judge, there is not a PSI. Defense will waive one.
Okay, what is the plea bargain in this case?
Your Honor, at this time, we're asking that the defendant's probation be revoked, that she be confined in a state jail facility for a term of 9 months, that she pay court costs in the amount of $159, a fine in the amount of $750, restitution in the amount of $60.43, that she be given credit for time that she's already served, that it in the days credit would be 143 days.
All right, ma'am, you heard what was read in the record by the state's attorney. Is that your agreement with the state?
Yes, sir.
Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out of your agreement? What I'm asking is, was there anything else that was part of your agreement that the state's attorney did not read?
No.
Was there anything the state's attorney read that was not part of your agreement and shouldn't have been read?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Anything else from either side?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing further from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, I will follow the plea bargain agreement in this case. Ma'am, you've previously been found guilty of a state jail felony offense, and I will revoke your probation. I'll find there's enough evidence before me to make a decision without having a precedence investigation, and I'll follow the probation, the agreement you have, revoke your probation, and sentence you to 9 months in the state jail felony. Is there any legal reason why a sentence should not now be imposed? Hearing none, it is the order, judgment, decree of the court that you be taken by the sheriff of Wilson County and transported to the authorized receiving agent of the Department of Criminal Justice, where your sentence will be carried out. You'll receive credit for all the time you have spent so far in jail on this charge, and it will run concurrently your sentence with any other sentence or sentences you may be under. And you understand that because I have followed the plea bargain agreement in this case, that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll find that you made your plea bargain agreement and it's post-trial waivers knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily also. And I will approve them, and I will certify to the Court of Appeals that you have waived the right to appeal and may not appeal. I wish you good luck, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Sawyer, if you would sign off on this one too. Let me find the judgment.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
I was on this morning on Nathan Morales, and he asked me to log back on. I thought,
Yeah, what's going on with him?
he's got pending felony case of separate trial in Bear County. He's currently in Bear County Jail. I
All
confirmed
right,
that
but we
yesterday.
still need a date. We don't want an orphan case just kind of floating around and hoping that somebody remembers to put it back on a docket someday. So if you and the state can't agree on one, get with me and I'll set a date, but we have to have a date.
I'll set it for the next pretrial setting day. I believe it's 4/19.
You get with a.
Is that okay, Whitney?
Yeah, that's.
It is, pre-trial is 4/19 or 4/21. Either day is good, yes.
Okay, I'll go ahead and put that, I'll put it on the chat, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Your Honor.
It's all right.
Judge, that concludes my matters. Thank you for waiting on me. It's been a crazy morning. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. All right, I've just posted the Ramirez judgment and plea packet. What else do we have other than the writ of habeas corpus?
I believe that is everything, Your Honor, except for the few cases with that where we're waiting on the defense attorneys to log back in.
We have called them all, sir. Lisa Boyd did respond. She'll be on as soon as she can. We haven't gotten in touch with Anders or Baird.
Okay. All right, I am going to take a 20-minute break. We didn't get finished as early as I'd hoped, and we'll come back and unless there's some real fast announcement y'all have on the case that's coming up. Is there?
I do need to put them in a breakout room, sir. That has been requested.
Okay, do that and I will return shortly.
Can we please have Mr. Lockbaum at the jail, please?
I have them just in the other room. I'll bring them in right now.
Thank you. Ms. Starling, you and Ms. J, Nisha, right? Need to be in? I can't see her last name. I'm sorry.
Davis, my first name.
Davis, Ms. Davis. There we go.
Yeah.
Just you two and the client, correct?
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And Jennifer, we should have 3 different witnesses. I see Heather Rain has already signed on. Todd McCroin from our office will be signing on. And a gentleman named Thomas Rudder out of Tennessee will be signing on.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll be looking for those names.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Lockbaum, I'm going to put you in with Ms. Starling and Ms. Davis, who are representing you, okay?
You open those 2 things up or just one?
Should we open the
It's the criminal complaint. And it's
the
this.
sheriff affidavit?
Yeah. Oh, the sheriff affidavit? And it was a picture. Or
Good afternoon. I just wanted to let the witnesses know that Judge just finished up the criminal docket, and he is taking about a 15-minute break now. Thank you. Judge Wilson, Ms. Bryan, in case one of y'all can hear me, we're about to have an inspection here where they're going to turn our power off to test our generators. So I may be gone pretty quickly, but Judge Wilson, you are the co-host. Just wanted someone to know what's going on.
Jennifer, I heard that.
Thank
However,
you, O'Shea.
Jennifer, I heard it too. Will the breakout rooms remain?
Everything should be okay because Judge is the co-host. But I
Okay.
just wanted, just in case.
did he say to come back 20 minutes?
Yes, he said that a little bit before 1:30.
Okay. Alrighty, thanks.
Test, 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 test. Test, test.
Captain, we hear you.
Can you see me? I'm not getting the camera working.
Yep, we can see you, sir.
All right, I can't see myself.
All right.
I see Lich Cavaves is in my picture. I don't know why that is, but
Thomas, Captain, if you'll just hold on, the judges took a break, and I think he'll be coming back in about 15 minutes.
okay, not a problem.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Who just joined with telephone number ending in 108?
Fernando Cantu?
Hey, Mr. Cantu, you have Mr. Gear as your attorney, is that correct?
Yes, miss, but I've been trying to get a hold of him and I can't get in communication with him, so,
You two were in a breakout room together earlier, is that correct?
no, ma'am. No, in the morning, when I was calling and stuff, they put me on hold and we were waiting for him to come back because he had left or something. And then my phone got disconnected and I barely called back right now.
Okay, well, sir, that portion of court has concluded and your case is reset to April 19th.
Oh, okay, thank God. April 19th.
Yes, sir, so April 19th is when you need to be back with us.
Okay, miss. Thank you so much.
Have a good day, sir.
Okay, I'm back. And where do we stand on the lock bomb case?
Your Honor, this is Kathy This is Kathy Starling. We are ready to proceed, but I know that it's very intricate, and so if you're gonna do a plea, like, we don't mind waiting until we're the last ones.
Oh, I think you're the last.
Pardon? Oh, we're gonna be the
This is
last.
the last thing.
Oh, okay. I thought you had one more plea to do. I thought you said that there was an attorney coming back in the afternoon to do a plea.
Do I have another plea to do? Okay,
I misunderstood.
yes. Okay, so what are we actually doing right now? Did we get any answer on whether there was a prior arrest in Bexar County and whether that was over the same Tennessee charges? Has that ever been resolved?
We could not say for sure what he was arrested on in Bexar County, but that would be a moot issue at this point, according to case law.
That's correct, Judge. He was released to go back to Tennessee. He did. He answered from the court, made bond, and then returned to Texas. But as Ms. Starling said, it becomes moot by the fact that the governor's warrant by Texas was issued.
Okay. All right. So.
Well, and Judge, if I may, I'd like to start with a matter of housekeeping. We would like to object just at first. During the course of court, we became aware that the public defender had filed a habeas right before 11 o'clock. We've skimmed it in between times taking pleas and conferring with people. We would like to be able to take the opportunity to read it in full. I think we're entitled to, since it's a filing. As a partial solution, I do have 3 witnesses here. This is the second time they appeared. It's all custodians of records to prove up documents, and the documents I sent you and Ms. Starling yesterday. I would like to have them here, but I would request the court if we could table the rest of it until 3/2.
So just so I understand, the state is asking for a continuance?
We're not. We're asking for a chance to review the documents that were filed while we were in court on the same day of the hearing.
Okay, so what are we here? What are we doing today? Are we continuing? It sounds like we're not continuing the previous habeas corpus because
it's no longer a question of custody, Judge. When the execution of the governor's warrant of Texas happened Wednesday after that hearing, it made whether or not he was able to be held in custody moot. That now that the governor's warrant issued, he's on no timeline.
So what it is, Judge, is that under Chapter 51, before Chapter 51.13, Section 10 gives my client the right to a habeas proceeding to object to the execution of the governor's warrant, which would cause the extradition. Before the habeas we filed before this one, it was because he was being held in jail without reason, and that it had exceeded the time that he could lawfully be held. We couldn't even file a habeas under Section 10 of 5113 because that habeas is only allowed once a governor's warrant issues, which it wasn't at that time.
all right.
But I understand.
So what is the written document that we're having a hearing over today?
Judge, this is a habeas that was filed by the defense challenging the actual extradition. So this is an actual extradition hearing.
All right, so when was that filed?
Today,
It was filed this morning, Your Honor, but the habeas is, I mean, I could have literally put 4 bullet points on it. Like, the habeas is outlined in section 10. It's very clear what I would be asserting. And so if the prosecution or if the state wants a continuance, they should ask for continuance, but I don't see how they can say, well, we want to start the hearing on a document they haven't been able to read, is what it sounds like they're saying, but we want to call our witnesses and then we want to do everything else later.
because Judge, the habeas filed has specific factual implications in it. It's not just some boilerplate laid out in the
Okay,
code.
would somebody like to send me a copy of that?
Your Honor, I sent you a copy of the entire file via email
When was that?
just 10 minutes ago.
Judge, I can send you a copy of just the habeas.
And Your Honor, I would also submit to the court that if the purpose of the state's witnesses are to prove identity, then until my client my client's witness denies under oath that they are the person subject to the warrant, his witnesses, it's not necessary for them to be called. And so I would have to put on my entire side first, which is what he doesn't want me to do. And then
That's not true. What I want to do.
Okay, I'm not going to listen to any more until I have a copy, whether it's hard copy or electronic copy of whatever it is, whoever the movement is, wants to have a hearing over. And I don't have that, period.
I just sent it to you, Judge.
Thank you. Okay, and what day were we in court last?
It was on a Friday, not last Friday, but the Friday before.
So the 12th, before all the...
yes, Your Honor, and I didn't have any internet starting about Monday the 15th. I got it back early morning on Friday, but then I had obligations out of town Friday evening all the way through Sunday. So I didn't have internet that whole time.
All right. So Mr. Lockbaum's entitled to file a writ of habeas corpus. He has done that. I had set this for hearing on the 24th. The expectation, so that we didn't have to have a dispute about when a hearing was going to be and everybody could get their stuff going. I know that under the local rules, the state's entitled to at least 3 days, business days, notice of any hearing. Now, they had notice of the hearing, I guess, but they didn't have a copy of what they're having a hearing on. So I'm not going to call that a continuance even. They're just subjecting it to it being heard. A continuance, I think, is something that has been properly set and is set. And you're asking to be excused from having to show up and perform. The state has not had 3 business days notice of this. So do you all want to confer about a date that we'll give them their 3 business days that this can be heard sometime starting next week?
Judge, we're fine with 3-2. We just want a chance to sit down and read it when we're not conferring with other attorneys during an open docket.
Okay. All right. And I'm sorry, it's the relator, I believe. Will the relator be available on 3-2 and counsel?
He will. I just wanted to make sure that we're not calling witnesses and doing some kind of bifurcated hearing on this.
We're either starting or not. The state said it hasn't been properly set. I agree. So if we're not doing this by consent, then it's set off for 3-2. But my understanding, Ms. Starling, is that your position is that you're neither conceding that he is the individual that Tennessee seeks, nor are you denying it, so that you're saying that until you deny it, there's no relevance to any evidence from the state about the identity of the.
Yes, Your Honor, and there's a lot of case law on that, and it basically says that once, if I could just read this, like, an accused can show he is not the person charged in the demanding state by challenging the identity of the person named in the warrant. Once the issue of identity has been raised, then the burden shifts back to the demanding state to show that the person being held for extradition is the person named in the warrant. And so it's an assertion that has to be made before it can be rebutted.
And Judge, I was just trying to save these witnesses from having to get back on. And I'll them to see if they're even available for that date. And the reason I ask that is just because in the habeas itself, I do see the line that Douglas Edward Lockbaum is not the person named in the request for extradition. So I'm assuming it's a distinction without a difference.
Not exactly, because he.
All right, well, we're not going to. Is anyone telling me they're not available, that this can't be heard on 3-2?
Captain Rudder, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm available that day.
Okay. And Sergeant Rain.
All right, I didn't hear any other responses.
It should be Sergeant Raina with the Wilson County Jail. I saw her logged on.
Got a Lieutenant Raina.
Yes, I'll be, yeah, I'll be available that day.
Okay. What dockets do I have on 3-2? Let's find out. They have not been posted as of yet. Okay.
No, sir, we do that this afternoon, but you have the criminal docket on 3-2 for Wilson County.
Okay, any idea how big it is?
I know we have several pleas from today that are there, Judge. I think 3 or 4.
It's about 40, sir.
But if everybody shows up, okay, is 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock, call it?
That's fine, Judge.
Okay, let's set this for 2 p.m. on March the 2nd. Anyone who's not ready to go needs to file a motion for continuance if it's not agreed.
No one asked me if I would be available, and I am his wife.
And I'm sorry, that's Joanne Lockbaum. Is that date work for you,
Judge?
Joanne?
My husband is not in your jurisdiction. He is an American state national. We have made everyone aware.
Ma'am, do you have a law license in Texas?
He is emancipated.
Do you have a law license in Texas, ma'am?
He is emancipated. He is not a US citizen.
Okay, that's fine. My question was, do you have a law license in Texas? I will unmute you and allow you to answer that question. Okay, I've asked you to unmute. Do you have a law license in Texas?
He is not in your jurisdiction.
All right. So since you do not have a license in Texas and you are not a party to this lawsuit, it's not relevant unless someone is telling me that you are a necessary witness. Is anyone representing that Ms. Lockbaum is a necessary witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry to interrupt you. She is a necessary witness because she has facts that are pertinent to our case and how the governor's warrant is deficient on its face.
What sort of facts?
Sorry, let me just turn to this real quick. So the affidavit that supports the affidavit in support of extradition states that there was a complaint made of sexual abuse by a district attorney in Madison County, Tennessee. This district attorney is the stepfather of Douglas Lockbaum's children. And it states—
Ms. Starling?
Well, I'm talking about this
my
affidavit.
bailiwick is, no, I'm speaking. My bailiwick is this gentleman, the gentleman that Tennessee seeks, and has the state of Texas and the state of Tennessee dotted their I's and checked off their boxes. It's not my job to determine whether he did it. I'm not my job to determine whether there was any crime at all. It's not my job to determine whether there is some manifest injustice that's being perpetuated in Tennessee. If that's true, then he can sue them from hell to breakfast in federal court. That's great. My bailiwick is finding out, is he the guy that they're asking for from Tennessee? Is he charged with a crime? Has the two states dotted their I's and crossed their T's? Okay. If you believe that you need to file a motion for continuance, you can file a motion for continuance, but I have not, looking at your actual motion or your application for writ and what you were saying there, I don't believe that goes to any decision I have to make. It may need to go to whether there's ever was a crime committed, much less whether Mr. Lockbaum committed it. And it may go to whether it's not just a mistake if the answer is no, but that he's being victimized by officials in Tennessee. But his answer to that is not to have a Texas judge decide that the Tennessee officialdom is out of line and say, we're just not going to extradite him. His relief is going to have to be in Tennessee court and federal court. So it's set for 2 p.m., March the 2nd. Anybody feels they need to file a motion for continuance, get it on file.
Your Honor, for purposes of the record, may I also state the second reason why I need her, and that it is in the direct purview that the court has to determine?
Yes.
The state also needs to prove that, as asserted, Mr. Lockbaum committed the crime while in the state of Tennessee. Ms. Lockbaum can state and testify that he was not in the state of Tennessee when these crimes were alleged to have committed. And further, it is alleged that he fled from the state of Tennessee. The court must determine that he is considered a fugitive and that he has fled and is seeking refuge. And Ms. Lockbaum can testify as to how long they have resided in Texas, that they resided in Texas before the indictments were even issued, that he has not fled. And so those are things that the court, according to the case law, must determine if he was in the state.
You can file your motion for continuance if that's what you believe you need to do. So 2 p.m., March 2nd. Anything else we need to take up today?
Not from state, Judge.
All right, so let's continue going over the docket. I think we're just about done with it. You see on page 1. I have nothing. Page 2, Grentles is a NISI.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jacqueline Ramirez was a plea, final judgment. Ignacio Solis, did Mr. Andrews ever come back? Yes. Ignacio Solis Jr.
Set for 4/19.
419. Dylan Solis, Nisai. Avila, Nisai. Jeremy Cotton.
He was reset to 419, Your Honor. He's in custody.
All right. Mike Nava.
That was with Mr. Baird. I don't know if he's been back in contact.
He has not, sir.
Okay.
You want to set him for
Ask him to give me a
3-2?
call on my cell phone, please. Antonio Morales, is that a nice sign?
Yes, Your Honor, he is.
And Quintero was a plea.
Yes, sir.
Was it? Yeah. Was it that Quintero? Yes. Okay. Cleophas Castillo, still a nice sign?
Right here.
Yes.
I'm not sure right here.
All right. Where have you been, sir?
As far as I was aware, I had court tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And a friend of mine went to court and said he heard my name today, so I called the county clerk, and sure enough, it was today. I didn't know, sir. So I just told me to log in. And I tried calling my lawyer, and I haven't reached out to him all day, or he hasn't returned my message at all.
All right. Do we have what criminal dockets do I have tomorrow?
Tomorrow you have LaSalle County.
All right. If you will, I want to add Mr. Castillo to tomorrow's docket, and if you'll let Mr. Shaughnessy know that. And
Sorry about that.
ask you to get to Mr. Castillo the sign-in information for
He
tomorrow.
will need to provide his email and chat to me.
Okay.
I'm not sure he can send chat on a phone. I know maybe he can and just can't do documents. But. All right, Lisa Voigt, Eric Trevino.
I believe she still is in court, Your Honor.
Yeah, she's not joined yet.
Hector Medina is still a nice sign.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anyone else that?
I think that is all the nice size, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Castillo, do you have, don't tell me what it is, but do you have an email address?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to change your name on the screen. Okay, I've sent you a message in chat. It just says test.
Sorry, sir. Hold on. My thing got, I can't hear nothing. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got muted for some reason. What were we saying, sir?
I just sent you a message in chat that just says test. Did you receive it?
It says test.
You go to the bottom of your screen. Is there a chat that you can tap on or?
No, all it says is Russell Wilson. It has a bunch of little dots. That's it.
Yeah, click on that. And do you see where you can send messages back to people? Just click on Russell Wilson. Does it pop up all the other names?
Jennifer Puppy. Yes, I'm not seeing your name yet, though.
Select Jennifer
Okay.
Poppy. Okay, send her your email address. And
Okay.
she can get you the contact information for tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Information to sign on at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm sorry, on Mr. Shaughnessy, Hector Quintanilla,
That was a plea, Your Honor.
plea also, yeah. You had two, okay. Sorry, I didn't put all that down. All right, so is that everything except Voight and Baird? We're waiting to hear back from them.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. I will leave the meeting then.
You did say to give Mr. Baird your cell phone number to call you, is that
Yes.
correct?
Please.
Anything I'm gonna do with Ms. Voight?
No, she has not been, we haven't been having issues with her, so no, just Mr. Baird. I mean,
And
yeah,
I did,
that's a date, but she can email that to us.
and I did not get an email address for Mr. Castillo.
I'm working on that right now, actually. I'm trying to figure out this
Okay.
thing. Jennifer Poppy, right? Yeah, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sending it to this little chat thing on here. It says test, and I put your name on there, so I'm actually sending the email address right now.
Judge, would you like to reset Ms. Voigt's case to 4/26?
And it should have sent right there. Sorry.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Miss Poppy.
Yes, sir, I have it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that an
okay.
email address?
Yes.
Because I just
Yes.
got your name, but you sent her an email address. Excellent.
I sent your name by accident. I didn't know how to work this thing, but I actually clicked on her name, so it went to her email address already, and she got it.
We're all still learning, sir.
Yeah, that's kind of
I'm gonna
confusing me.
leave the message, leave the meeting. We'll see people tomorrow.